5 seconds remaining. Here's the Radiant ban.
Dire's ban now.
Radiant's turn to ban.
The Dire get a ban.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Dire's turn to pick.
Storm Spirit.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick.
Mereska has arrived.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Axe.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Warlock. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
The Dire get a ban.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Dire's ban now.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Dire's ban now. Ten seconds. Dire's turn to pick. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Dire's turn to pick.
Shadow Demon.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Lena.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Seconds.
Radiant's turn to ban.
The Dire get a ban. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Here's the Radiant ban.
The Dire get a ban.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Ten seconds.
5.
Dyer's turn to pick.
Venomancer.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Phantom Assassin.
Choose your hero. Prepare to make way.
Who made you captain?
It's pronounced Admiral.
All according to plan.
"30 seconds to battle."
Now we get the good stuff.
For once, we're in agreement. First blood! Double kill!
With my thanks.
Daring to call my hands is an honor.
Dyer's courier just went belly up.
evangelizing for my cause.
A Radiant using echolocation?
Radiant's courier just drowned in a pool of blood.
For me?
Fight to the last breath.
Burns, doesn't it?
Radiant fortified their structures. Attack the heroes!
Now.
You receive.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Stupendous!
Axe likes you. Axe will kill you last.
I'm grateful.
Dire structures are fortified.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Throw a line to Radiant's middle tower.
It's sinking, just like your ships. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Haste!
Killing spree!
Each from my selfies.
Don't your blade.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm done.
Told you a storm was coming.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Dire's top tower needs some friends.
Same as you, Time Walker.
Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's middle tower is drowning.
Crash.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge. Radiant structures are fortified.
Regeneration. Where's the party?
Dire's middle tower is under pressure. Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is gone. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Fortified their structures?
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
This should make my life easier.
Dire's bottom tower won't last long.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Stupendous!
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder. Axe falls in battle. Dire's bottom tower won't last long. Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Let the fun begin! No!
Stick it out.
Killing spree! Dire's bottom tower won't last long. Come to axe!
Oh, what'd I miss?
Fail me! Dire structures are fortified!
I'm over here!
Double kill! Radiant think fortification can save them!
Any port in a storm. Those dire swine denied their bottom tower.
Unlucky find.
Don't burn your fingers.
Zip!
Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder. Dire's bottom tower won't last long.
Go for me.
Dire have the spyglass at hand.
Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Money to burn. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Dire's top tower is under attack. Killing spree! Odin! Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under pressure.
Radiant's bottom tower is staggering.
Like a drunk sailor. Dire's middle tower is drowning.
Stupendous!
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dire's middle tower just got knocked down.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Dominating! Odin!
Dire's tower is about to take the plunge. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Killing spree! Dominating! Double kill!
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Mine!
Selfish.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
At least we're not stuck in cords.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is drowning. Dire's bottom tower won't last long. Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder, scanning for enemies. Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Let the fun begin! Stupendous!
Has fallen to the Dire.
Here I am! I'm over here!
This should make my life easier.
Radiant are scanning for enemies. Dominating! Double kill!
Mega kill!
Triple kill!
Whining now.
What in the blazes?
Radiant's top tower is on the rocks.
Dire structures are fortified.
They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower.
Dire's middle tower is under pressure.
They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower.
Dire's bottom tower won't last long.
Illusion.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind. Radiant structures are fortified.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Failure isn't an option.
Someone should help Dire's top barracks. Dire's top barracks have fallen.
A storm was coming.
middle tower just got knocked down.
Stupendous!
Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower couldn't withstand the tide.
You'll not see beyond the phantom rays.
Bounty!
Touché! Invisibility!
Dire are scanning for enemies. Tower is under pressure.
Holy shit! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No way!
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower faces a He lives in a rough
Immortality is
neighborhood.
mine!
Time to move. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has rung its last bell.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks might fall. Dire's structures are fortified.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Scanning for enemies.
Zap! Stupendous!
Dire's middle barracks have fallen.
Like stabbing fish in a barrel. Killing spree!
Where's the party?
Double kill!
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's middle tower is bottom barracks have fallen. Dire's middle barracks have fallen.
Radiant now have mega creeps.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower just got knocked down. Holy shit!
Radiant win! Radiant's turn to ban.
We have a Venomancer position 1.
Dire's
Storm is
banned
kind of your
now.
carry for all intents. So if he doesn't have that comeback, I think that Belts are actually fine that game. I don't think there's like basically any at all, especially against like a P. Fine for the most part.
5
I think
seconds
Warlock
remaining.
is the only question mark. I don't know why this hero keeps getting through. Same thing in Division 1. I've talked about this before. I just think this is an S
Here's
tier
the
hero. I don't care if it's
Radiant ban.
support. This has a huge impact on literally every game we see.
You have it drafted away, and look. Belt as they ban out this right out of the Arkosh. Getting rid of the Centaur, saying we want to get something a bit
Dire get
juicy,
a ban.
gentlemen. Oh my goodness, are we going to get potentially our first?
Radiant.
Hey, I think Arkosh want a more ball. But
God.
like I mentioned, Brew Brothers out there, Warlocks out there. There is a lot of delicious supple fruit, Neff.
There's too many
10
good
seconds
heroes here.
left
You're
by
right.
my count.
I am not sure. Like you see that AA ban, you think you're instantly
5
scared,
seconds
right?
remaining.
You're like, okay, is it going to be
Dire's
Morphling? Is it going to be a
turn to
full Warlord? They just grab a Snapfire,
Radiant's
not carrying, and they
turn
end
to
up
pick.
grabbing the Wisp like they played earlier in the week. Yeah, there it is.
Wisp. Not just, they're the team that run the Wisp. Imagine
Radiant's turn to
and the
bat.
Wisp like you talked about. Gamers had to have known this. But they go for the Mars, and things are just shrugging on forward. Now, Felt could kind of still wiggle the Warlock into their lineup to have this crazy fight synergy. Snapfire, Mars, and Warlock together, but Mother's getting ignored.
10 seconds.
Gremlo gonna play this? Does Gremlo play it? Has he played it since?
There's
5
no-
seconds remaining.
I've been trying to be positive, and I'm going to continue to be positive. Aside from this one comment, Gremlo cannot play that. I'm just going to say that firsthand.
Is it
It's not
skill
his
issue?
arsenal.
Dire's
There's a skill cap issue for sure. If he does pick it, they will lose. I'm going to call that out right now, but they haven't picked it yet, so that's not being negative as of yet,
Here's
right?
the Radiant
Very
ban.
positive.
Thank you.
And it's hard to be very positive when there's a gyro on. Dota knows I have been bashed. This hero is literally winless in the upper division for NA.
The Dire
But
get a
I think
ban.
with an IO obviously amplifies what he's able to do. In addition, I think getting a semi-carry for the mid would be nice. We always see like these magic damage dealers that don't end up taking off for whatever reason. And Gyro, I mean, if you can get him
Here's
to
the
late game, he's
Radiant
good.
ban.
But until that point,
Dire's
not
ban
so much.
now.
Then again, like I said, the IO does change up.
Ember. Yeah, they go for the block over the
10
Brood Mother. Maybe I'm
seconds.
overhyping it now, but that
5 seconds
some
remaining.
way.
I think from here, Felt they're going to take probably a Juggernaut. Juggernaut or a Life Stealer up at Copper. They need something that can deal with the Gyrocopter, run away with it from it, and the huge amount of magical damage. It's also pretty good at chunking down the IO, taking it out with open wound. The percentage damage you get with open wound does feel very good. That's the only reason I see like the Slaughter band out. The other two bands, Ember especially, makes sense because you don't want to catch the Spirit hero or being able to backline when you
Dire's turn to
Snapfire. You also
pick.
don't want the enemy mid to be able to just get out of the arena. Spirit heroes are
Radiant's turn to pick.
Recognized. So we get to see Rubik come out. Rubik had so much air in the upper division, at least. Maybe one niche pick.
10 seconds. Dire's
Well, you know,
turn to pick.
You know, it's interesting. Maybe they're anticipating a pick like this to follow, but you know, for Mars and Snapfire, you know, it's stuff to work. Now you have a Warlock on top of it. Rubik is.
Yeah.
And nobody respects this hero.
10 seconds.
I mean, it's at the very least from Arkosh's side, it's
5
pretty
seconds
obvious what the
remaining.
laning situation is going to be so far for Felt. Like, there's not really much of a flex pick here. Snapfire is the one quote-unquote possible flex, but we've seen it pretty much positioned for every single Mars 3, 5. So just banning out all the cores now.
Yeah, I am as well. You need to pick. I'm pretty sure that you pick your safe lane carry next. Last pick your mid. Or Canis Vulpus does. Banning of the Spirit is good. I think if Canis doesn't pick his hero here, you just get rid of the Void Spirit because you've got like a backline you really need to protect at the moment. Void Spirit is so good with the AoE silence. Just get right over the arena. You have the like silencing everybody in the AoE, so it becomes so much harder to save people once you Aghanim Scepter. I think you just take the life stealer here because that deals with everybody pretty well. You mentioned the Rubik. I wanted to touch on that briefly. They killed that hero's Callum, which is why he's not really. His 10 and his 15 just feel awful. He used to get the bonus HP, and they turned it into the lift damage at 10.
Radiant's
instead of
turn to
15.
pick.
He took his cast range and his
Admiral
HP
Kunkka.
away, which supports love. Take the Kunkka. He's got a 10 movement speed buff. That hero is very good now.
But yeah, we haven't seen a whole lot of them. A couple of niche picks I know of the Reach probably giving.
10 seconds.
Yeah, what is it here and now? You know,
5
maybe
seconds
typically
remaining.
Want to be good. Something like the Wisp. Option. Competitive? Like what? How far should I read it?
I'm gonna make a terrible quote here from our amazing observer named Pop Tart, who he thinks that he comes up with these really cool strats and that the pros steal it from him somehow.
Okay.
It's like as if they're looking at his replays for some reason. He believes in this water bender Kunkka. And I'm actually forgetting the entire build, but I believe Octarine Core is part of it. The Shard, which is that seemingly useless wave across the screen that you see from time to time, is part of it as well. I hope we see it, just so I can laugh at Pop Tart. But I'm not sure how strong this hero is.
I've got something to build off of that. One of my friends.
Really?
Yeah. It's Xantic. He plays Kunkka quite a bit. I think he's most played heroes.
Radiant's turn to ban.
There's another. He said that they killed his hero when they ruined Cleave on it and turned him into a stupid water Pokemon, but he's awful now. To Pop-Tart, who is only with us, my apologies.
10 seconds.
Hey, water against water. True fire versus fire.
5 seconds remaining.
Morphling himself.
The Dire get a ban.
Oh, yeah.
Type line.
Okay,
I was playing that
I'm
before I
sorry.
came here. I'm going to go back to that immediately after we're finished.
We're getting word here. I'm hearing word from our observer Pop-Tart right now that the build does not include Octarine, as you can see right here. It is currently Veil of Discord into Blink,
seconds.
into Ags, into Shard.
Oh goodness.
Waterbending Kunkka.
5
hashtag.
seconds remaining.
I'll let Xantic
Hope
know.
to not see it. Hope to not see it in your pubs near you, but Arkosh does. Maybe soon to happen.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Confident that Morph is not going to agree with the farm. Could be a problem.
10
I
seconds.
don't
So looking for. I mean, are we thinking offlane Kunkka or mid, by the way?
Mid, probably.
Yeah,
5
I don't
seconds
think it's-
remaining.
It's probably a little bit better at offlane, yeah. But it's still like easily run down and that. It picks off of the mid lane.
Dire's ban now.
Ban of life. Death Prophet. They're worried about their tower damage. They don't have great tower damage. Would have helped pushing with the death. But now they can't end it early.
10 seconds.
And be in
5 seconds remaining.
profit. Like,
Radiant's turn to pick.
I mean, Pudge through Arena, gentlemen, countered.
Oh yeah, that one worked.
I mean, to be fair, like Pudge, it's not necessarily good this game. Shard actually does provide a lot of non-meme here. It gives him a save. Something that's, I believe, 400 range now. It's actually really good.
He is the one who gets
5 seconds remaining.
There's some.
Yeah, there you go. Why not?
Reference.
Commit everything.
Earth Spirit has 125 cast range. His Egg Scepter. Ridiculous, but that chart shouldn't exist. There needs to be a different visual for that one, and the hero just disappears instantly. You're not really sure where it went.
Yeah, there's no sound either, I don't think. It's just gone. And I think when we saw it, like on the blade and the I assumed he died. Like it just disappeared into midair. Fusion factor is certainly there.
I understand from Valve's perspective, they don't want to spend extra resources putting sound effects and visual effects to something they might not even keep in the game. So it's kind of like a beta test of the shard just to make it good. It's good for the game. It's good for the hero. Now we can add the effects that are needed.
I think it add an effect.
Dire's turn to pick.
Timber saw.
Yeah,
add that in.
Did our production manage to catch Sunspan eating his food earlier? Is that something we can throw on?
I went ham. I'm not gonna lie. It was beef, but I went ham on it.
All right, wow. This draft finished up real fast. The Timbersaw offlane pick for Felt. The Canis Vulpes OD coming out for Arkosh suddenly. That means it is an offlane Kunkka. Gentlemen, I need fast thoughts on this one. I'll start with the outside for Sunspan, who's...
Okay, so I really, really like the draft of Felt. Go against the Arkosh Gaming side. I don't think it's even close, so I'm going to continue saying Arkosh Gaming will win Game 2.
I'm with my friends on Felt. Arkosh, pulled some shady stuff to win game number 1. Those double damage runes spawning at pretty times, getting a fairy trinket on Storm Spirit. Felt wins. It feels like justice. Felt.
All right, that's our panel. Let's go ahead and head to a break. When we come back, though, we've got Lyrical, it's Trent, and it's Waterbender Pop-Tart, bringing you the observing. Pop-Tart, look at the camera. We're looking at you. Hello? All right.
Prepare for battle.
Welcome back, Dota fans. We got game number 2. Arkosh facing off against Felt. Trent, we have an off-lane Kunkka. Grumlow, he's playing it. I want to see if he stacks Ancients with Torrent. That's the bee's knees. Probably won't because, it's good to stay in lane, but we'll see.
I see he has a BKB in his 5-slot thing. Bottom right. What bending is that?
I don't know what that is. That's a weird one. Ooh, and they get the ward too. Nice little play there. Scouting out the ward. Media tip. Oh no, they're gonna try and bully Tay here. Dude, when you think you're going against the Kunkka and then they just last pick OD, that feels so bad.
Is this still happening?
I guess it looks like it.
I don't remember the actually. Well, I'll wait till after this.
Get a quick little bounty run there for himself. So Arkosh gonna finish off with 3 of them.
Stuck.
Oh no,
Guys,
Crow!
Wait, come
Hello?
back.
Help, friends! Get him out of there. There you go.
I missed one creep because of you. The only time I can actually recall Timber versus OD. I know it surely has happened, but the only one that springs to mind instantly was actually MLG Columbus.
Ooh.
Gaming, or TZ Timber, salty against an OD. He was very upset because
how did it go?
He got picked Timber versus OD by EE. Hey! I think the lane went like kind of fine, slightly bad, but then he just recovered with like plays. Yeah, just not one that we see very often. I mean, OD just changes so many damn times. He's probably back to what he was back then now anyway. Well, except for Essence Aura. What a spell.
Such a Well, we'll see how it goes for him. We'll watch it. If he sort of out through it already, I think this is South coming up to him. No, he's just bringing tangos and finishing off the bracer. Be enough regen? I don't know. We'll see how it goes. This could be a tough one today.
Yeah, so if you guys haven't, I mean, I personally do not see much at all in Deep. I don't know about you. This is a very unusual hero in my regard. So if you guys haven't kept up with the OD these days, it's back on the Astral in terms of stealing a percentage of their max mana. Just so you know, so that's what you gotta watch for.
Right.
There it is.
Throwing out the arcane orbs, being a bit of a butthead, and trying to go immediately in to that meteor hammer. Up top, lots of damage now. First blood, Pale Horse. Not bad at all.
I've quickly done some calculations here, and according to my research, out of the entirety of Season 2 APC right now, uppers and lowers, every region, this is only the 4th OD pick, and it has yet to win. So it's 0-3.
This lane needs anything to go by. Could be the first, because they're looking pretty good in that mid lane.
The Canis Vulpus after last, you know? Find a way. His name's Will.
Ooh. Oh,
oh my god.
Playing and coaching at the same time. Unbelievable.
Amazing. Yeah, but no one could play from Europe. Crazy.
That'd be wild. There's no way.
Justice being chased down here by Crow with a handful of creeps helping out. Yeah, tether that creep. No creep betrayal.
What?
Why? I mean, on the one hand, it's like, okay, well, the pulse stop, but on the other hand, it's like, I just had you all jazzed up.
Okay, weird. So this is gonna end up being a big wave pushing in afterward. It looks like, right? That's what this looks like to me.
That would appear. Well, they could get some denies going here, maybe, depending how far back they get zoned. But yeah, they're gonna bring the creep over. So
team on in here afterwards. Like, yeah, you're not getting that. You don't even get the last on that range creep over there. So a really good play of this lane by Felt, I think. Although they're already behind, so maybe not.
Damn. Yeah, they got creeps coming, right? They'll be fine. I see Mr. Comrade here is a Morphling play. Seem to not be bended by the water, but yeah, that's a lot of Morphling.
Not necessarily the that many things he has to worry about in this one. I guess the OD is the main thing that sticks out, although it feels different from when it used to. Like, it's completely owned by Sanity. It's a little different,
right?
Somewhat.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like how. I mean, you're in the end, it is still an int issue because of like your mana pool and everything.
Right.
You know, statistically, it's still one of the worst counters, but it used to be like by far the worst counters, and now it's not even in like the top 3.
Okay.
So still bad, but at the same time, Odie's also not necessarily good. So I'm sure that has a good impact on it as well.
You know what is good? OD mid against. Holy shnipe. 8
guys,
22 last hits. Hey, is not having a good.
What are you supposed to do? Right?
It's on an island. Farm the small camp. That's what you're supposed to do.
Pretty good solution. Get some regen back. Catch the waves under his tower as much as possible. Cry whenever you get astral. And then don't die at level 6, I'm sure. Yeah, I don't even know if you need to ult at level 6. You probably just be bullying him the whole time. But, you know, Morphling, though, does have the gyro to copy this game, so that's always a good one, right, with the flat cannons. Keep an eye on that one. That's a quality counter pick. He keeps doing it to him.
Talking about.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just talking about Astral. It's just, you know, I'm drawn to it like a train wreck. I can't look away.
I will say Tay's still getting leveled. A lot of the range creeps are able to be secured as little spear comes out there and can. But yeah, he's still almost at level 6, and OD's just gotten level 6.
Is there any way he actually builds bots first? Is that actually a thing? That does not seem like a thing.
For Tay? Yeah, it's a weird one. I'm not sure.
There's no way.
What about all that value?
That would be so aggressive. That would be crazy.
Now, one thing I did want to mention, like, you know, Sunsman was talking a lot about this Warlock and how good it is and stuff, but I think we're seeing one of the downsides to this hero, which is like, you really can't pressure at all on the offlaner. Gremlo's got out of this laning stage completely free. Already has an urn done along with bot or boot. Racer is, well, there's the kill mid that we were all expecting. Good kill there by Goat. Pale Horse ends up going down to Felt up top. Sword. Here's it.
Double damage.
Vengeance there, much needed. I mean, as you're saying though, like it's interesting. Warlock, you definitely can pressure with the right core though because of the fatal bonds, right? Like if they don't have good regen, that is something that you can punish. But unfortunately, it's a Kunkka, and with this urn and this bracer, 6.4 HP regen, he has his own way to bully you with the Tidebringer. You're not too concerned. Now kiss.
That's the best.
Radiant's
I mean, it is.
career? Oh my god, dude! Come on.
Dire's bottom tower won't last long.
I mean, he had the ward. So.
No stacks there, but there are some big old stacks going on up top for the gyrocopter event.
This is
that's
walking.
a 4 stack.
Oh, this game's entertaining, that's for sure, between the mid and the bottom lane.
Gremlo's killing it. We'll get one of those creeps denied. Oh, this is going to be a kill.
Maybe. I don't know. He's got Timber. Chain, that is.
Back towards mid, maybe? No. Okay.
But I mean, he can't come back in, right? If he gets Astral again, he's okay. I think he's okay.
Hello? Good torrent
Radiant's
there.
bottom tower
Tries to
faces
get
a
out
stiff
and has the
wind.
TP away if he wants it. Goes away and can't quite get the finish on the Warlock. Goes back home.
Meanwhile, creeps. In the mid lane, they did get the Astral onto the Timber. He almost died. He got hit by level 3 Fable, but he was able to do there thanks to the raindrops. So it was scary close. They just didn't have the Meteor Hammer back up in time.
He's really the only one that first thought having a bad game, it feels like, on Radiant. Both Mars and Morphling are having like a pretty okay time.
Falter in my flight.
Obviously, Gyro a little bit ahead, taking it back, but you haven't missed many creeps on court.
God, this OD pick was so good. Surely there's a reason why we only see 3 picks of hero across the whole TBC, but like, man, Morphling, Mars, Timber, like, this is god tier. This is just, they couldn't lane anyone.
Yeah. Nothing.
Radiant's middle tower.
They actually just had a forfeit a tower.
I'm kind of wondering though if it's going to end up mattering, right? Like if they can manage as
good.
Radiant's top
good
tower
lift
is on
and
the
go
rocks.
saving his life. The
That was
question
massive.
is like the laning stage obviously is terrible. 1,000 gold lead at this point, but how good is OD as a hero? Like, is he still going to be able to like do a lot of things in this game? I'm curious what your thoughts are on that.
Well, I think that it's like people who like Smurf or whatever, and it's like anything can work. But Crystal Maiden mid, and it's like, well, yeah, you're like 1,000 gold ahead of them at like 12 minutes. You know, that's the kind of energy levels we're hoping here for Canis Vulpus, where then the hero, the laning stage is so impactful because massive gives you. And one of the beautiful things about Dota now is that we have so many items. I mean, you can just buy stuff for like any situation, so that really benefits people who can still like stomp their lanes.
Well,
man, they're just out of here.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this
He's just
hero.
hitting the tower.
Yeah. And Arena down bottom though, or top rather, trying to kill Horse, trying to get the kill, and
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Gone.
Radiant's middle tower
Bro
just
pulls
keeled
him
over.
out of there. Regen in the world.
Dire's
So that is not going to be a kill, and in
Need some
fact,
friends.
these might go
Same
down.
as
They
you,
get
Tiger.
relocated away, but Cookie's stolen. Going to connect, or coming to help his buddy.
Yeah, he noticed that there's bulwarks, so grabs from the. I mean, Cookie's probably the best right now for him, so this is great. And it's a rotation now from Canis Fulpus. Vision, I don't think they saw this rune, so they don't know there's an Invis OD. And well, adios amigo. How good is the level 4 shift?
Oh, he gets it off. He's good to go.
I think you have to. I mean, I guess theoretically he might not get it off. That's kind of interesting. They don't have a way between those heroes to not let it happen, right? If you're going to set up with Astro like that.
The only thing that they can do is like sort of combo shift into torrent and then go for it after. But they will get the tower at the very least.
Oh yeah, so good.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Hello? Being mid has both available.
Fortify their structures. Attack the hero.
Torrent gonna connect there. Does need to be careful. This could be a lot of damage out. Hey, doesn't have mana though.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Okay, looking through the tower now. The boat's gonna go out. And, well, it's a little bit of damage to the catapult, but it eventually goes down regardless.
Interesting. Gremlo learning the hotkeys here of Kunkka. Yep. Canis Fulpus is so huge. Treads, Treads, Meteor Hammer, and Blink nearly finished. Has the value Windlace. I love it.
Dire's top tower is
across
under
the map.
attack.
Radiant's bottom
Spear Vessel
tower
on the
faces a
Kunkka.
stiff
Great build for
wind.
this hero. They are ready to just rock and roll
Dire's
and
top
let the
tower is
relocates
about
fly.
to take
But
the
great
floor.
answers from Felt. They know that there's a tough
I
situation here with a couple of their cores. They've moved up here as a unit. They're pressuring. They want to threaten arena like this. And then this just does get better when the Warlock eventually hits 6.
Yeah, they
Not
gave the
sure
tome
what
to
happened.
Sapphire.
Dire's top
I mean, that's
tower
fine,
is
but
gone.
Warlock's suffering. Yeah, this is good. He's going bottom for the XP.
While mid, the Haster and Meteor Hammer mid push the wave. In the meantime, I mean, Kunkka, he's got 2 points in X now. That third point is really when he can start getting a little bit better reach onto these heroes. It feels like it's this weird situation where Arkosh, where they know that they want to be dominant on the map, but if they try and like force the issue, they could get punished maybe. So I like the little bit of hesitancy they're being shown here. And Warlock doesn't get hit by the torrent. Meteor Hammer afterwards, he's ducking and jiving, able to get out of there. So he lived through it.
I like how he's still level 4. He's like, can you guys just like go away?
They're fishing for
there's no
guppies
point
with
forcing a
cannon
fight
fire.
as Arkosh without PKP. And that's so far away, you know? Like, that's gonna be ages. He's got like his Maelstrom, he wants his bags. I think that until then, they just want to make sure that they're getting better trades across the map and they'll be content.
The thing that's a little weird though is that it does feel like there's still really good farm on them. They're actually catching up when there's no kills going on, and so they'll staying with it and not like completely losing out after the laning stage.
The only reason that's working though is so they don't have to blink yet on the OD. Once the blink is on the OD, then they can go for the pickoffs because they won't be this 5-man unit anymore that they can push down the towers. Then they'll be easy kills. The mid lane, they don't have the damage to bring down the timber, so not gonna worry about that. They're gonna relocate down bottom, but Mars is coming in for this. Unfortunately, they can't bring any more.
Connect. We need wards. Kremlo just letting his team know. Guys, come on. We need wards. Mid, Meteor Hammer gonna land. Hey, ooh. Thought about getting a little bit feisty in there on the Canis Fulpus. So the blink reveal doesn't find themselves a kill.
I feel like that was like in nature where like the little small thing runs at the elephant and the elephant gets scared and jumps back.
Yeah.
I feel like he's like, oh, he's got a plan. It's like, like calculate his ulti or something. He's like, you know, I could probably just wipe this dude. But great defensive mechanism there from our Timbersaw.
Fight or flight is very strong in the fight realm for a good old Tay.
And the guy got a hood. You know what? Shout out to you, Tay. The start was horrendous for you. Not by your own fault, of course. You were handed the turd lane. Right. You're turning it around. You're polishing that turd into gold.
There's a golem, and that's a fatal bond. And second it onto a couple. Tail Horde in some trouble, trying to get out. Bro, can you keep him alive? Ooh, it's a lot of regen. Jump forward, not a long enough chain, and the chopper connects to the goal. Hey, right as the freaking missile connects onto him, Kremlo throws out the boat and run away. Like that. Oh, pull it back in again. Dude, doing it.
Inopportune place to bring their gyro, I think. Unless they were fully committing. They have commitment.
Classic.
That's a nice looking arena. Man, that's got to be tempting.
Yeah. Another round of the chakra coming out.
No
there.
astral now, too.
Have arena still if they want to use it. Cookie away. Stay alive for the moment. Oh, there it is. And there's the arena. They go one drop down. They didn't do enough. But they will bring down Day. And now with the astral, he's down. Zor in trouble. Zor dead. It was looking good for a moment.
Well, I like how getting astral gives you time to reflect and click over on your allies and see things like, oh, we don't have Mortimer's Kiss. Oh, we don't have Golem. It was a nice arena, but I just didn't. Oh, they got him now.
Big play. Spirit Vessel's a good item.
I would not waste those on anyone but Morphling. And now he's looking at this E-Blade like, yeah. Do I have a choice? Not really. Timber's game, I think I don't think he can go like man. I mean, he definitely can't now. He's got an Eagle song, but someone's got to do something.
Ooh, spotted him. Too late.
Gotta put that on my tombstone. So, someone's got to do something. Sounds like some really inspiring words for future generations.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I'm just like,
Swallowed
I
up
like
by
to
a
imagine
bigger fish.
your last
And then by me.
It covers so many situations. Someone's gonna do something. He's burning alive. The plane could be crashing.
Dyer's
Could be a
middle
climate
tower
crisis.
is
That,
drowning.
controls the world. You know, this is, I imagine in very fine cursive penmanship. You know?
Yes. Or bold.
Yeah, impact bold. That's basically how Felt feel right now. It is impact bold. They're smoking. Someone's got to do something. I bought an E-Blade team.
So ready with Warlock ulti?
All right, this tower though. They're looking at it like, it's the time. They're coming. Grandma, do it. Do it now. Pull the trigger. Deny it.
Odom instead. Heals afterwards. Sick play. Turns around, blows up one. That's an E-Blade. Right to the face. And then the golem. This is fierce. Texting now. Wanting to destroy him down to death. Of course, a lot of that damage got eaten up by the arena. As the turn continues, they try and bring down Gremlo. He's tanky. Comart also back out of there. Start pulling apart.
Got another E-Blade.
E-Blade back up. Down two, maybe a chance. Arm is there, now needs to back away, switches over for a moment, and Gremlin, a ton of damage to stay there. Chain in a sec. Tries to back away, the heal coming in, pretty good, but not good enough. Eventually find the kill.
That's hard. Oh, wait. Oh, there's no X.
Oh, lift! No! From the side, managed to find him.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Omar brought down to death. Goat also gets switched over to strength from afterwards. That's nice.
All right, excellent defense in the mid lane. That almost looked like the moment that they needed from the Fel, especially from the instant blow up of the Rubik. They came in there with the numbers, but, and they even stopped the Meteor Hammer follow from Canis Vulpus too.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff
You're
wind.
losing rock fight.
That is a bad sign. And now all lifting the spear. Easy.
Nice pickup there. Losing spear, that one hurt. And that one away to Rubik.
Oh, it's
definitely having
Secret
a good
Agent
game.
Gremlo. 007, baby.
Don't understand.
You just let it marinate a while. I'm sure you'll figure it out.
There it is. Okay.
There it is. There he is.
Location?
I mean, that's what you want out of an officer, all right? You just be involved, be around, do a few things, but not too much. Wow. Okay. Gonna get dropped there. Canis Vulpus gets the kill. A lift afterwards on the Comar, but they don't have that much left afterwards. And now, they find themselves a nice little pick here onto Mars. The manage will absorb
top tower is about to
pulling him back in. And good Yules afterwards. Gremlo tries to time it, doesn't connect. Still there, though.
Miracle can't handle this daily.
Find anything else afterwards. Thor throws out the spear, gonna connect. Fatal Bonds on the hole. Damage. The blade comes out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Do it. Well, tries to take down the missile. Way afterwards.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this daily.
Well, them over.
Radiant structures are
Oh no,
under
Justice, don't do it, man.
Oh, this one hurts. Oh, cookie out though.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Another E-Blade combo. Little Bonds worn off though. Tier 2 tower taking some more damage as Arkosh continue diabolical spree here. Very good in the game number 2. 8,000 gold up.
They have spear, but no spear vessel charges here, so I don't really see this working out that well. Oh, but all right, Cadence is Nimbus. Man, now we're talking. Cadence just like, again? Seriously?
Golem. About to turn. Wanting to go. They're a little late. Yeah.
If you guys haven't played OG in a hot minute since Stinks this patch, when you meteor hammer with max level Astral, you just meteor hammer when it's going under the H. Hot tip.
Aww.
Yeah.
Thor's a little bit of trouble as well. Realizes the danger, backs away. That's Tier 2 tower dead.
Just
again.
over.
I mean, there's been a couple moments here where it felt like Felt could make some moves, but haven't been able to connect fully with it, and now they're just losing all their towers around the map.
Yeah, and as predicted, the BKB is coming out for Pale Horse, and thus deep trouble. This is where they can pretty much do whatever they want. They do not have an answer to this. And meanwhile, Comart is just hoping that he can get some sort of a dispel on the Morphling. Pretty much has to go for Manta.
The Spirit Vessel has really been rocking his world. Oh, and they're even going to go for a pipe next, too, to help absorb that Fatal Bond stamp. I mean, yeah, it's just really tough. Very difficult to take this fight in anything other than a 5v5, but even a 5v5 does feel great.
Well, you know that YouTube series, Will It Blend?
Oh, yeah.
Well, now I'm questioning that about Gremlo. Will it bend? Will he buy the shard? Because so far, he's not the water bend that I've been talked about.
True. Need to see it.
Yeah, let me see it. Let me see it.
Dire's middle
relocate away.
Has
going back home for a second.
Radiant's top tower.
Are they going to stay here and kill him? I mean, they're losing a tower for it.
That's a tier 1. It's about sending a message, you know. That tank?
He is. He's a powerful IO.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I wish that they would have kept him.
Might just be a little bit depressing when you're losing by this much. I think they can feel it. But you know, maybe they just need a little bit of spice back in their game. Zora's about to find some spice up here.
Radiant's top tower is on the rocks.
Smoke comes out, hard kill to get, but they're able to catch him onto that tree for the moment. Very low. The golem comes out, do an ulti immediately afterwards. The fatal bond, but I mean, they still have Coco's rum going as well. It's not going to happen.
He snuck that in there for the golem stun. Got the pick off. I think that's totally worth it to just knock down Mars. They basically need Mars to go make plays.
Roche is still available if they want to go for it.
Yeah, what is it with Arkosh and Roche? They don't really pick Roaching heroes, do they?
No. They
want
to
these
worship
giant leads, and you're like, oh, Roche might be risky right now with this 12k lead at 24 minutes.
Direct. Pulls him back in. There's the torrent. They have anything to take down with it, though.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this daily.
Mess with them continuously. I like to think that they like worship Roche. So it's like killing their god. You know, they have to do it to win sometimes, but they don't want to.
Sacrifice along the way. I love how their logo is the Prowler, and there's just no Prowlers anymore. That's pretty great. They were so demonic, they had to be removed.
Yeah. Too much.
I think this was completely the right play from Comart to go for the BKB instead of the Manta. This is way better. He's going Scythe on OD, so his life could have been extremely sad.
And they bring down Gremlo. Smoke goes out there. Connects. Looking for the finish. Enough. He gets the kickoff. Arena is down straight towards the follow-up, but KB. Nolan Arena. Looking rather rather rough as Arkosh down the Mars and killed Jay. Now focusing the Warlock. One by one they fall. And you have to imagine that, again, all of this was set up by
Radiant's top tower
good grab, good laning stage, and that OD switcheroo. Rough stuff.
Power.
Trying to bring down
Sacrifice ring as the only OD win in Season 2 DPC. Amazing. It's looking so good for them right now. And I mean, we've seen some pretty ridiculous near comebacks today in terms of big 5-man wipes, and they do have the Warlock with 4 points in Fatal Bonds. And a Timber Saw that does have crazy burst damage. Doesn't matter how much gold you have, right? He's not gold dependent for his damage and still tears it up, so I don't want to say there's a chance, but they have some wombo combos.
Fatal Bond transfers damage to right? So I think it still works that way. So we'll be doing all pure damage. That's cool as well.
Very good.
And they do it though. Oh, they're godforsaken.
Play the music. Put in the cassette.
Looking forward.
Make it epic. It's the ghost. True.
Oh, no, this is trying to get away. There's no getting away. They're going to take you down on the Snapfire. Meteor Hammer lands as the Torrent knocks you up in the air, and Arkosh, now with Aegis as well as the Shard. It
even had the good timing, but Goat held the arena.
Very impressive. You actually got the Shard. Or no, that was still the first Rosh. You keep forgetting. Like 27 minutes. Where is it?
Oh, Gremlo's into it now, though. I queued up the Aghanims and the Shard, so we'll get there eventually.
Heck, Torrent. Realize that's not going to work. And they run away. I can appreciate that.
Good. Without question, the best hero to be 25 Dota plus. Against everyone's lines. I mean,
Dire's bottom tower
30, you're right,
is
sorry.
about to flounder.
True, he's got some work to do here, Comart. Be a Grand Master.
It's so long.
It really does.
Dire's
It's
bottom
amazing.
tower is under attack.
When you get there, it's worth it. For some
Is that what they tell you? I don't have a lot of soul left. Some of them.
Afterwards, you really want to play it any more games?
Got to work on the next one.
Golem, he is going for the Aghanims. 2,000 gold away on the Warlock.
All right.
And Shard took the Fatal Bonds damage. All these pieces coming together, Trent. You just gotta believe enough.
I believe that they could sneak out and get some neutrals, maybe. They can kill those guys. They're pretty weak still. I think they can win that fight, maybe.
Hello?
Dominating!
Bit of a butthead. They lose the Warlock. Gets obliterated right outside the base.
Well, he's in position 5, so he definitely has buyback.
And they just pump the ulti on him afterwards. No buyback on the Warlock. He does not have enough gold. The arena is down to keep alive their other heroes. They need them all at this point. Take down that missile. All right, and the first high ground siege is going to commence. Can they stop it? It's going to be tough. Nice. Oh, that's the X. That's the big jump in. Not going to stop it. Stolen. Big old rock down. But the rock stolen, maybe. Oh, it's Fatal Bond stolen. Snapfire ulti. A lot of damage. Trying to take down Pale Horse. Enough to reach.
I love this smoke from Goat, and he just stops moving. He's like, yeah. Let him come out.
Fatal Bound. Lift the pullback. Waiting for it. Not finding it. No more Golem now. We'll see if Arkosh want to keep this aggressive maneuvering forward. It feels pretty good to just run at them.
Yeah, they're not scared. Satanic's back up to the buildings.
Slow and steady burn of a Warlock ability. Spear off the mark. Hex afterwards. Again. Lift up. And again. Panic, Aegis, BKB, IO all behind him. They have nowhere left to go. As the beat down finishes, they take down the Warlock.
Getting what they deserve.
More flames. And regardless, it has been a rough one. I mean, that feels more appropriate easy mid, but also less hero challenge. You just pick the counter pick.
Congrats, you bought nulls, you can pick OD, that sort of level.
Damn, dude. Rough. Rough game.
Dire's ban now.
Radiant's turn to ban.
The Dire get
Here's
a ban.
the Radiant ban.
I'm doing all right, Mike. Today was a bit rough. No walkers. You can see I couldn't quite shave, so you've got to deal with weird-looking John, unclean-looking John. But we've got a very clean matchup here to start us off with. Galaxy Racer up against Team Mystery. This one should be a bit of a back and forth. Both teams kind of standing in the bottom middle part of the pack here in the lower div. Both going 1-2 right now, so they need to start climbing up if they want any shot of being in the top 2 for promotion. And even those chances are starting to grow slimmer as the weeks go on, so every single match counts here. Last time these two teams faced off against each other was in the Asia Pacific Predator League, and that one did go Galaxy Racer's way. That was only a best of 1, but they did manage to beat Team Mystery, so we'll see if they can maintain that momentum. Do have some of the openings here in the draft already, as Centaur and Grimstroke taken up for Galaxy Racer. Team Mystery just landing the Snapfire for themselves first, but GXR with a Centaur Grim, I mean, this is a really potent lane combo. Chain stuns coming through. Centaur is pretty efficient in lane, or at least pretty efficient in the game now. It's just really good spikes to hit with the Vanguard and the Hood of Defiance. Very hard to zone out. Once you hit that blink with a chain stun with a Grimstroke, it could be really hard to play against. Team Mystery do take the Sand King with a Snapfire, so they're building up some team fight for themselves. They've got the Burrow Strike, Epicenter plus Kisses coming through. They've got Burrow Strike plus Cookie Stun to play with. Maybe some flex here on Sand King for mid if the offlane matchup doesn't quite work out. So some flex on hand for Team Mystery as well with that Sand King.
10 seconds. Dire's ban now. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
That definitely feels stronger, just easier to set up with Centaur Grimstroke. For Snapfire Sand King, especially for the Sand King, we're looking for blink timing here, maybe available Discord timing as well to get your damage off. Really interesting for Team Mystery to actually take out the Axe when the Centaur is there, so maybe they're expecting that Axe core that we had a bit of a chit chat about last time. Just having that option to go this time, just rushing the Manta on the safe lane might be what Mystery is counteracting. I don't know if Galaxy Racer has kind of drafted that around. There's one more aspect here for Team Mystery as well that we didn't quite touch on. We do have QWE playing for the rest of the lower div. I do believe Ohio's not going to be able to join in for these last matches. So we'll see if that factors in as well for Mystery, not having their full roster on hand, having to play with a sub, and whether or not that will affect how they perform down the line.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's pretty open. For the 5s, I'd say Warlock is still available. So why not? You've got the Grimstroke, double Fatal Bonds, Stampede, Upheaval on top, chase people down, stun them in the Upheaval. stuck, you get the Golem for team fight. Could be really nice here for GXR if they want it, but it's rather open, right? Like, you're not looking for specific combos. You already have Grimstroke sent, that's already really strong. So you're open to how else to approach. You can maybe look at, say, a Nyx if you're really worried about a mid lane here that's just a bit too mobile. Maybe some good form of lockdown, a CM to just sustain yourself, although that's not been as popular. Go with the Lion instead, so the lockdown is there. Hex, Earth Spike coming through. You do have ways of keeping down, say, an Ember, keeping down a Storm, although they are still going to be slippery, but you have good options here. Team Mystery do go with the Abaddon, so Sand King plus Abaddon is now online. If you want to run that lane, you can play with the Burst Strike plus the Aphotic Shield. Just run up, get damage off. It's going to be really annoying whether or not the Sand Kings would Snap or Abaddon. It's just very hard to deal with. Abaddon giving you the hard dispel also kind of protects you from a lot of that control coming through from GXR and a lot of that burst. So the Lion Burst, the Centaur Burst combo might not feel as fast because the shield and the Mist Coil can come out from the Abaddon. So Team Mystery kind of padding themselves out, still keeping it open. A lot of safe lane core combos still bring out with that, but it's a very defensive support to have, which is kind of nice against the more offensive-oriented supports from the side of GXR.
Dire's turn to pick. Turn. Ten seconds. 5 seconds. What'll it be? The Dire get a ban.
Yeah, it just feels a lot nicer with the Ag Shard building into the right-click build. I think from the mid, you can still kind of hit that itemization, but you will have to rush the Blink from the mid lane. So really just depends on your priority there. I think it's fairly open for GXR. Mystery with Luna, that's kind of one way to not be as annoyed by the Centaur lane. You're ranged here, although the range is not that big. Centaur will have to cut through the creep wave to go over, get his stun combo with a Grimstroke. Luna, of course, in this case, might just opt for, say, the Glaives plus the passive build, and opt to just farm the jungle, get a fast Massive Mandus, escalate that way. Of course, you can also still opt for the Lucent Beam, maybe get that value point of Eclipse at 6, but that might impact your early farm. I know a lot of players tend to look down on Lunas that actually don't level their Glaives up early just because you take away a lot of farm potential, so we'll see what Mystery prioritizes in their end. Galaxy Racer are kind of stuck by just running either Centaur Lion or Centaur Grim to counteract the Luna, and in that case, the supports will really have to put the work in to zone out the enemy support and kind of try and line up with the Centaur stun to get the harassment on Luna. You don't want the Luna to have a easy ramp to the Massive Mandus. Once you hit that point, you will have to contest the jungle really early on from GXR. Otherwise, you run the risk of Ghost just free farming himself to win.
Absolutely.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Dire's turn to pick.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Imba Spirit. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, you just want to Oh, for sure. You have a lot of options here. The Lifestealer's one if you're worried about the magic damage. You do have the Centaur vehicle to play with. It is slightly passive, but again, you kind of hit a nice spike. Perhaps... Don't really want an Ursa. Terrorblade's out of the picture. Something like the PL into Luna, although Luna does deal with illusions quite nicely. Maybe...
Drow Ranger.
Drow, alright. Just a range hero coming through. Drow into Ember can be a bit awkward as the Ember already has some good gap close, but it's only the Ember. Maybe once you get that blink on Xiao Yu on the Sand King, you can jump the back line, make it hard for Mizu to just feel safe. But we've got the range core versus range core. I don't think we've seen this in a very, very long time ourselves, Mike. I mean, we've been talking about range cores coming back with 7.29, but we never really saw too much of that shift in cores. But Drow versus Luna. It's been a very long time since we've seen that one. Some interesting timings to hit. GXR, as you mentioned, you want Alacrity here to get a fast blink. KYXY as well, probably after his first defensive item, whether or not he goes for Vanguard or Hood of Defiance. But after that, he will want to back up his Tiny, make space for the Drow. The one thing for the Drow here is that he may get jumped, she may get jumped by the Ember or the Sand King, but you have a Centaur with Stampede. With that lower cooldown, every minute and a half, you're always going to have a safety net for Mizu, so it's not going to feel as bad for the Drow as long as that spell is up. So if you're Team Mystery, you will have to really get your burst damage off quick if you are hunting down the Drow Ranger.
The hard question I'm about to ask you. Draft, before we get game number 1 started.
I'm leaning towards Galaxy Racer. I think I like the timings they're going to hit with the Centaur and the Tiny. They've got really good frontliners to play with that. For the side of Team Mystery, the Luna Flash farm's a lot better than the Drow, but you will have to get that early lane started. There's some back and forth that can come out as well with your Sand King lane. You will have to see Xiao Yu apply as much pressure as possible on the Drow. And first, as impactful, like the Caustic Finale doesn't feel like as much of a threat, the Sandstorm doesn't feel like as much of a threat, the Burrow Strike early on, the levels, the range of it isn't amazing, so there should still be a lot of ways for Mizu to get that farm, as we can see both sides. Very happy with the tips, the value coming out from these matches, you know, building up those shards as you'd want.
You gotta get those tips out. I mean, I love that line, it's good to be king. That's one of my favorites. It's very simple but straight to the point. In fact, that's why I want Sand King to get buffed a bit more, John, because he does have some nice voice lines. In particular, the silver ones as well. The he says, "It stings, don't it?" It makes me happy when I get to spam that at people who just died to me.
30 seconds
I don't get to play much Sand King right now, John. It's rather depressing as a hero. It's kind of good and it kind of isn't. It's weird.
Yeah, it's just from that offlane matchup. I think when you're against a ranged hero, it doesn't feel amazing, and then you're pressured to get a blink timing, whereas we tend to see a lot of Sand Kings opt to leave Epicenter until level 8, level 9, so it's kind of weird. If you get your blink too fast, you don't have the biggest impact, although we'll see some little scuffles here. You have more stunts in GXR, so the side of Mystery is not going to force the issue. Going to be an even 2-for-2 on bounties. As we see the lane split up, you've got KYXY on the Centaur rushing top with Paulson on the line. You're going to be laning up against Wayne on the Abaddon and Ghost on the Luna. So Luna Abaddon lane is a bit more passive. You've got the shield ready here on Wayne. You can maybe try to look to make an aggressive play once you've got Curse of Avernus running up, but the issue is there's so many stuns on the side of GXR that you might just prefer to keep it steady, get the farm up on Ghost, and just try to mitigate some of the kill potential coming out from GXR here.
No, I do agree with you on that, John. I don't think there's going to be any value on going Curse of Avernus. Like, you could chase Polison down with it, but for KYXY, he's going to have Retaliate eventually, and that's going to make it impossible for you to actually get the damage out. But now, though, he went for the level 1 Hoof Stop, so Wayne is going to punish him quite a bit for this skill build. As I said, as the levels go up for the Centaur, that Retaliate is going to make it much harder to actually be able to contest them in the lane. Of course, we'll have a look at the other lanes as well. You've got mid lane, Alacrity is going to be up against Mercury. Right now, pretty even kind of trading lane between the two. I expect it to stay that way until we get the levels up as well, so I doubt there's much kill potential in this lane, unless we see some rotations.
Yeah, it should be steady for Mercury. Once you get the Flame Guard leveled up, you're going to be blocking off a lot of that avalanche combinations coming from Alacrity. But at the same time, once you lose Flame Guard, it's a bit harder to clear out the waves. So Alacrity can kind of control the farm coming through here a lot better. He's got the tree grab as well to just get some good cleave damage off. Whereas for Mercury, Slight Fist is on a bit of a cooldown early on. So you have to watch your spacing. So far, nicer here for Mercury early on. I don't think Alacrity is going to feel the heat too badly. Big spike is level 6, especially for the Ember. Let's see who does manage to hit that down the line. And take a look at our last lane down bot. We've got QWE on the snap, Xiao Yu on that Sand King. They do have a potent combo here if they get the stun combos off.
Mercury actually almost went down in the mid lane. Meanwhile, bot lane 3-4-3 in danger. They can't quite finish him off though. Mizu is going to make sure he remains protected and now turns back around onto Xiao Yu with the stroke of fate. Xiao Yu's going to be alright, but he is out of regen. Luckily, QWE does have a salve available and he is going to give it over. That's going to mean QWE now is going to be left without regen, and in all fairness to them, this is a very kind of hard laning matchup. Not very easy to lane into the Drow nor the Grimstroke when you have Snap by a Sand King. You just don't really have the range to harass them out with just normal right clicks. You've got to get in there with the Cookie and Burrow Strike and even the Sandstorm. But even then, you risk getting turned on like this, and Mizu, just look at the damage output. Is he's going to find a kill? No. Just barely not able to reach for the last hit. QWE is barely going to hit away. But you can't lane like this.
No, it's such a hard lane to turn around, mainly because Sand King, again, the presence you get for this hero against a ranged hero is not great. You can't play with your Caustic, you can't really Sandstorm safely, you can't play with a Burst Strike to harass people out. Mizu's just having a free ride here in terms of last hits. Still somewhat matching a Ghost, so it's not amazing free farm for the Drow, but just this laning pressure makes it very hard for Xiao Yu to hit those key timings. He's gonna have to try to rush out the Vanguard here. In this case, he just wants to be protected, no Veil of Discord, probably looking for the blink timing or the Veil down the line, and it's a lot of farm for a Sand King to have to take over. That means you're going to have to share that jungle space with Luna down the line.
Very interesting as well that Xiao Yu didn't opt to go for the Sandstorm whatsoever. He just went Caustic Finale and Burrow Strike. And well, the problem with Caustic in this lane matchup is you're never going to hit the Drow with it. So, I mean, I can understand if Xiao Yu's just trying to push the lane out and get an XP advantage, but apart from that, you can't really maintain yourself in this lane with Caustic Finale. I mean, now it's definitely going to be very useful because you can farm this small camp like that. And maybe that's just the game plan. Just find whatever farm you can and try to ignore the Drow Ranger. Meanwhile, top lane, well, that's going to be KYXY going down. They might find the Luna as a trade, but no, Paulison. He couldn't get the right click off in time, and Ghost is going to be able to survive through all that. So that's a very good kind of start for this safe lane of Mystery. XY, even with the level 2 Retaliate, just getting jumped on like that. It's like Team Mystery, they just don't seem to care about it.
I mean, you have to watch yourself if you're the Centaur. Like, once Wayne comes out and he just gets free hits of the Avernus, it's just so hard to run away. And the one thing they're doing here on the side of GXR is they're focusing on the Abaddon. They get the chain stun off onto Luna, but they're forced to chase Wayne because he's closer, and with his Aphotic Shield at level 2, he just has so much EHP to play with. It's really hard to get that initial burst off and focus on the other hero. And the damage is starting to pile up. You've got level 2 Lucent Beam here for Ghost, so no Glaives. You should look for that at level 5, but this kind of build-up does mean he's got a lot of laning presence that you don't really want to hold out against if you're a Centaur.
I guess the thing is for Ghost, he doesn't really want to push the lane out with Glaives, and of course if it does bounce the Centaur, you're going to get hit by Retaliate every time, so it looks like he just wants to try and avoid that scenario. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Xiao Yu still in massive danger, but the neutrals actually save his life, as the split shot arrows were not hitting him because the bodies were blocking. So very unfortunate again for Mizu. Misses out on a second kill on the Drow. That means Xiao Yu, while he has to run all the way back to the fountain, is not feeding his life away. Who is, though, is Paulson. At top lane, he does go down again. Wayne will pick up another kill on this Abaddon. And this off lane has really turned into a bit of a disaster here for GXR. As now bottom lane, Mercury, he even gets the Grimstroke.
Yeah, it's a slower start coming on from Galaxy Racer. It feels like they're kind of underestimating the damage output of Ghost up top. So again, they keep jumping Wayne first, the Aphotic Shield. just is way too much HP for them to deal with at this point, and Ghost just comes in, gets a Lucent Beam off, then they stack on the Curse of Avernus. With an Orb of Venom, it's just so hard to run.
They're trying to go into Mercury now in the mid lane, but he's got the Flame Guard active. And he'll actually turn around for a chains now to Polison. Very aggressive plays here for Mercury. He may get punished, but no, the Earth Spike will not land. Still Alacrity, Avalanche Toss up in 2 seconds. Meanwhile, Wayne does go down top side. Mercury gets another chains off. UWE now going to move in to make sure they can't continue the chase as top lane. Ghost, he found another kill onto KYXY. And while they did kill off Wayne, it's just not worth giving kills away like this to Ghost.
It's really, really rough. I mean, Ghost already has that Mask of Madness at 7 minutes in, has level 6, so went 2-2-2. Moonglave's up, you can start to clear out some of these camps, some of these stacks built up, and this is when the flash form of a Luna really goes out of control. They need to be able to lock in the jungle here from the side of GXR, prevent that flash form from coming through, as the Luna will be a massive issue. Just escalates a lot quicker. The Drow can kind of keep up with a split shot, but it's no Mask of Madness carrier, at least not nowadays.
Quiet period in the game. Alacrity having a look at Mercury right now. Mercury with that Max Flame Guard. Oh, it's going to wear off just in time. Alacrity timing it very nicely. He does have remnants available, but Polison, he can't get the Earth Spike. Nor the Hex, apparently. I think he was trying to go for the stun first, rather than the Hex on the Ember.
Yeah, just a bit of hesitation does cost him there. And Mercury's very lucky as well, manages to secure that Illusion Rune and River. They have much better rune control coming out from Mysteries, and Galaxy Racer just not able to put themselves forward to prevent the value coming through from Mercury. So that does mean Alacrity's forced to walk home. He's missing out a creep. Mystery 1-5, 1k lead up. They're still keeping track of this jungle as well. Like Xiao Yu is constantly coming in, preventing Mizu from just having safe farm and Drow.
Gonna try and run into Mizu right now, but Alacrity is around to try and help out. Does pop a dart still. The remnants forward now from your Ember. They really want the Drow. Instead, they'll turn onto Alacrity and just try to get the tiny bit the cookie. Gonna disappear in the middle of the Sleight of Fist. Now Polison moves in with 3-4-3. They're gonna try and go on the Grimstroke. There's Xiao Yu going down. QWE. He's gonna get hexed up. Polison has the TP cancellation, and Mercury is still trying to find a way out. Polison will at least get a courier before he dies, but... Oh, excuse me, it was QWE who got the courier, but Polison will get the kill on the Snapfire. Close call there for Mizu, but it looks like Mystery just diving a little bit too deep.
Yeah, just being too aggressive out there. They don't have enough levels in Xiao Yu to really secure that as well. Xiao Yu just hit 6. Does opt to go for a 3-2-1, so no epicenter as we tend to see. Gonna have to go into those defensive items first, and that is going to be one issue for Mystery. The fact that Xiao Yu is going for this slower build-up in Sand King means that you will eventually kind of share farm with Ghost and Jungle. Ghost is going to have to soak all of that for himself. So the Sand King in this case, Xiao Yu is going to have to find that farm elsewhere. We have seen them really emphasize the jungle, but if they overcommit, there are some good wards here from GXR to watch that Sand King's movement. And of course, you're not slowing down Mizu as well. So despite having this amazing start in Ghost, the Drow is still somewhat keeping up, although the lead is building up for Ghost as he's got a lot of stacks to clear out, sitting at 5k, a good amount ahead of anyone else.
That he is way far ahead. Ghost is just farming like a madman right now, and there's not much they can do about it at the moment. It's like mid lane, Alacrity's still trying to deal with Mercury on the Ember, but you haven't set that tempo if you're Galaxy Racer. Like, you haven't got that pace going that Mystery can't keep up with, and that's going to be a massive issue. Because as long as this goes on, Ghost is just going to keep free farming. If you can't take over the map as Galaxy Racer, I don't think you're going to outscale this Luna anymore. Like, Mizu should be able to on the Drow, but he's just so far behind in terms of net worth. It's going to be a little bit challenging to catch up as they try to go into Xiao Yu now. Wayne's going to keep him protected. Alacrity's going to be trapped in the tree line, and we can come out at any time, but the problem is Mystery is going to be waiting for him. He'll go for another avalanche toss, but there's the Mortimer's Kisses now. Alacrity going to try and run with the Stampede, but the Burrow Strike is there from Xiao Yu. and Ghost will take the kill. Just all around bad news for Galaxy Racer.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of went in just as 2 years for the defense. The full force of Mystery was there besides their Ember. So a bit optimistic to look for the pickoff. We're seeing the heals coming through here from Wayne. Really buy that space out. Managed to heal up Xiao Yu. Makes it hard to get that initial burst. And now?
KYXY. Wedge is going to be there. Remnant forward from Mercury. Xiao Yu playing on the edge is going to be able to survive. And KYXY is the one who will drop. Real big problems. GXR are going to move in again. Finger out is going to get QWE. That'll be the first finger kill of the game, which is definitely a good start for Polison. Apart from that, though, still a 4-7, and again, every time I look at Ghost, he's just further and further ahead of this drought. Now over 2K ahead.
Blessings upon
Yeah, it's just free farm. This is basically just the freest game you could ask for Ghost, and we know how Team Mystery plays. Ghost is their win condition. As long as Ghost gets this amazing start, he's always going to be in a really good spot to carry through with the game. He's at 7K. The next year is KYXO at 4.7. A huge gap between everyone right now compared to Luna. And it is going to be a bit too much to handle. We're even seeing small plays come true, like you see Mercury just constantly grabbing that bounty rune on the triangle, and that just means you're canceling out, you know, that timely resource for GXR. They're not even getting that bonus gold anymore, so you're taking everything here on Mystery right now. It's 2K up on total net worth, and they're even going for a smoke play. Mercury and QW are looking for an angle.
Mercury, yeah, right into Mizu. Mizu, he will not react fast enough. He'll get a gust out. Stampede now going to fly out from KYXY, and that's going to be it. He'll be fine. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Wayne. You failed. Going to get caught out. The Abaddon will drop. GXR, excuse me, is going to be able to find a kill and let their drow get out. It's very hard for me to say GXR, John, because there's a car that goes by GSXR in Australia. I keep mixing them up. I might just stick with Galaxy Racer from now on, as Mercury will get caught out. There's your avalanche toss, and that'll be a very nice kill for Galaxy Racer. An immediate tip there from 343.
Yeah, and that's an important kill. The Ember has been doing way too much work here, so they managed to get the gold injection onto Alacrity. He really needs that blink to be up. Still a ways off, about 700 gold. Once you have that, you can play a lot more aggressive on that Tiny. But the side of Team Mystery, they're still getting this amazing farm for Ghost. The Manta style, it's almost up. So your controller is going to have to boil down to a very quick Earth Spike or a very quick Hex on Luna before anything else can happen. You've also managed to farm up the Vanguard on Xiao Yu. So he's going for that defensive Sand King build, going for the Hood of Defiance next. Blink's going to be stalled out, but with the Ember up front, doesn't feel like Xiao Yu's under pressure here.
Nice chains out, but it's only a level 1 chain, so it doesn't really hold them down for that long. KYXY, he'll back off. As long as that T1 mid tower remains standing, it looks like Galaxy Racer should be pretty happy with themselves. While you still have to be worried about Ghost. They are just trying to keep up in terms of farm and just buy Mizu out the space. Top lane, Mercury has the control. 343, gonna try and throw the silence out with the Inkswell, but now Xiao Yu is gonna be able to come in and clean up.
I'll take that.
All eyes are going to be just on Mizu here. It seems like they've kind of relegated themselves to just allowing Mizu to farm, and the GXR, they're not in a position to make those rotations yet. Perhaps with this tiny blink they could try. But even with that, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, it gives them some really good burst damage to play with. There are no BKBs yet on Team Mystery's end. You just have to worry about Wayne. And that aphotic shield has been causing issues for
Fire strike. In lane, they do have the bottomless kisses to fly in. Stampede is there. Alacrity is in with the avalanche toss and does get 2. Mercury and Xiao Yu already gone as Alacrity keeps going forward. The Eclipse going to force them back a little bit, but another successful defense here from Galaxy Racer. Team Mystery, Alacrity, he's in again with the toss back on the Abaddon, but there's your borrowed timeout to protect. He'll turn right back around. Now a buyback from Xiao Yu, but he'll get the burrow strike in before the gust flies out. Mizu gonna keep running. Team Mystery, they will get nothing out of that buyback, and that is not gonna feel good as Alacrity is back in with the avalanche toss. Kills Wayne off. Xiao Yu, all he can do is back. And And they may have given a massive opening to Galaxy Racer now, John. With that buyback on Xiao Yu, he's going to be that much further behind, and now Alacrity going into the dieback is going to be able to get it. Oh, this is an absolute disaster for Mystery. Is QWE also going to drop? Alacrity just setting up all the kills for his team.
Dire's middle tower is
this is a real problem now.
Yeah, it all boils down to that blink from Alacrity. Like, they just needed a way to reach into the back line to get one person tossed out their way, and the damage flies through. Like, the damage coming out from Ghost isn't amazing just yet, and now you're in a really risky spot for Team Mystery. You've died back on the Sand King. You've let out a lot of gold. Your full investment has been on Ghost, so every single time these other cores die, they're starting to fall really, really behind here.
Mercury, Avalanche toss, Inkswell, all there. Alacrity once again setting up the kill, and they even pop the Stampede just in case they need the extra damage. Galaxy Racer now well and truly back into this game. And it does kind of go back to what you were just saying, John. Like, if you don't have Ghost around for the team fight, all that net worth just is removed from the team, and well, Ghost at the very least is going to need that BKB up to really be able to just stand there and fight. But Galaxy Racer now, with this momentum and this net worth advantage they have, I think they just keep pressing the advantage. I don't think there's any more reason to allow Ghost to keep farming up like this.
Yeah, and then they can start taking over that top jungle. They've got deep wards in the area. Only the triangle's really safe right now for Ghost. Ideally, in this case for GXR, you'd want to start looking for tier 2s to take and even open up the map a lot more. Maybe start eyeing the Roshan here. You can see Ghost kind of shifting his farming spot, playing in the bot lane, playing around that bot jungle now as well. They've even got Wayne around, getting some D wards off to keep Ghost safe. But I worry about these other cores on Mystery's end. The farm of Mercury's lag behind. Alacrity's above by about 1.3k. Xiao Yu's barely above a pause 4 line. So that progression in these other cores has been sacrificed for the Luna, and every single time Ghost comes in, the Eclipse has to be on point. And the last time around we saw him use it, there's a creep wave. If it's by that mid-tier 1, they need to find the angles to play with that Luna's massive damage boon. And if you don't manage to get Eclipse used well, it kind of feels flat until more right-click items come out for the Luna.
Mercury, be very cautious again. Paulison is around with his own blink now, and as soon as they see this Ember, there should be a Hex out. Mercury, still, they don't see each other yet, but now they do. Alacrity's still going to try and chase down QWE, but it looks like the Snapfire is going to be able to cookie her way into the corner and be just fine. That nighttime vision, of course, just providing so much fog, and well, they didn't have any observer wards around, so they couldn't really see the Ember to be able to initiate. Very lucky, though, for Mercury that they did not have that vision.
Yeah, and he kind of has to farm in those risky spots. He knows that the safest farm has to go out onto Ghost. They are sort of grouped up around the bot lane out for Team Mystery, maybe looking for a bit of a wrap. They do know where GXR are. They're kind of in that top jungle near the mid lane. Could try to wrap around if they want to, but they don't really have vision as well, so it could be a bit awkward for both sides here.
Try and move in, 3-4-3. It'll be alright for now. Paulison, nice earthbike there into the avalanche toss and the finger. They just blow him up. Soulbinder's there, lock them down onto Xiao Yu. The Stampede to get away from the Snapfire kisses, and everyone is going to survive for now as 3-4-3. He will be the first to die on Galaxy Racer, but trading the Ember for your Grimstroke is going to feel pretty nice. If you're Galaxy Racer and now they smoke up again, they want to keep going. Alacrity going to try and find a way in. Oh, they're going to find QWE. Avalanche, toss, all of them been thrown out, and Alacrity on this Tiny just setting up so much for his team. And again, it's kind of that thing Ghost. He needs the frontliners there so he can stand his ground and fight. And he needs to have the BKB up, and he's trying to get all those things, but his team is, they're trying to fight preemptively, and I don't think it's the way to go about it.
No, it just came down to that really beautiful positioning of GXR. The fact that Paulson managed to get that initial stun meant that the Ember could not play around for his team. We do manage to get the Roche off the back of that as well. So Muse's protected now with a second life. Even if your Ember jumps the Drow Ranger somehow, you're probably gonna have to, you know, throw out even more spells, invest even more time to kill off the Drow here. Team Mystery, they're lagging behind now. 14-9, 2k lead up for GXR. Our Luna is still number 1 by about 5k gold now above that Drow. Issue is that 5k gold doesn't feel impactful. The BKB is up, so this should be the time Mystery looks to make a play, but I believe they were spotted out by the ward there.
I believe so too, John. They're going to be in position to break the smoke. Alacrity, very good positioning as Mercury going to have his smoke broken, tries to go in with the sleight of fist. It is not going to work, and they might be able to turn.
Courier has been killed.
Ghost, he'll get a courier for his trouble. Galaxy Racer, they are going to smoke up. Into the mid lane Mystery goes, but this could be very dangerous. You've also got to blink up on KYXY. It's just on the courier. They're going to move in without it. Avalanche toss right into Ghost. No BKB being popped, but now it's there. In the Eclipse, they will get the Tiny. Gonna be one down. Now KYXY, he does have the blink, but it might be too late. He'll go into the back lines, but they have the control for him. The Centaur in big danger now, and they will just surround. He will try to stampede away, and it looks like it might be enough, but Ghost will kill off Paulison instead. With the illusions. 3-4-3, Ingswell gonna be there, but it won't matter. They have the Burrow Strike, and they will find a triple kill onto Ghost. And the one big mistake Galaxy Racer made, John, they did not wait for the blink on KYXY. His career was about 5 seconds away.
Yeah, they just rushed in. You got the initial stun coming through there from Alacrity, but we didn't see Paulson manage to get the follow-up. And I think when you don't have that burst combination, the BKB will almost always fly out there for Ghost. Manages to make use of that first charge quite nicely. They take out the mid-tier one as well. So some of that map control is starting to stabilize a bit. Both sides are kind of even. 2 mid-tier 1 towers being taken. 2 tier 1 towers being taken. And the side of GXR, I think they can just sit back, kind of reset. They did lose Aegis. They lost a Drow. You're not going to feel great about just dropping those heroes for no good reason, but you know right now Eclipse is down for a minute. You could maybe look for a rotation out. Looks like they just want to sit back, get Mizu his own BKB before anything else happens, and that's a fair enough assessment. Once you have the BKB, the Ember control and damage, the Sand King control and damage does kind of disappear there.
Jai, you got to be very cautious at that top lane. Alacrity is around in the Tiny.
I'll take that.
Radiant are scanning.
They're just gonna sit back.
Rule of invisibility.
Sit back, relax, keep the farm up on Ghost. He is still 5k ahead of the Drow. And it is only growing as time goes on, but we are gonna have a bit of a pause. In fact, never mind, they're gonna go straight away. Bit of a misclick from 3-4-3. No problem.
Yeah. I think the one thing I want to see from Galaxy Racer is maybe some sort of farm coming out for 3-4-3, like he's saving up for the Ag Shard. I think really if this game goes late, you're going to want an Aghanim Scepter on 3-4-3. Just get the Dark Portrait of the Luna. Suddenly all that farm investment of Ghost turns against himself. So there is still ways for GXR to kind of hold out towards the late game as well. They're not even lagging behind right now. It's just about a 1k lead for Mystery. But if they do start to bleed out some of these fights, if Mizu starts to get caught out even more in the front lines, that's when it starts to feel a bit awkward for the lineup of GXR. And that's what Team Mystery is just going to look to abuse. They're saving up for the Ags here on Xiao Yu. Already very close to his Lotus Orb as well, so he's going to be very protected on the Sand King. Once you've got that upgraded Burrow Strike, it can be easier to initiate. And you're going to have even more angles for Team Mystery. We've seen the Kisses start to do a lot more damage at level 2. The Solar Crest is already up here on QWE, so they can soften up targets for the Ember and for the Luna to start twacking way on. In the side of GXR, they still need to play around with these blinks. Like ever since they got the blink in KOXY after that disastrous mid-fight, they've been sitting back and farming, which is good for Mizu, but every single time you pick up a blink, you kind of want to make something happen ASAP.
Oh, they got on KYXY. Ive Skadi is up on Ghost with the Solar Crest. Maybe they will have the damage. KYXY will be forced to stampede away to make sure he can get out of that. Ooh. Meanwhile, bot lane Mercury, he gets picked off again on the Ember. Just to be expected if Paulus and Alacrity do catch him, but it's just not what you want to see if your team misses it.
About to take the plunge.
It's not a kill you want to be giving out, although Mystery do smoke up off the back of it. Looks like they want to turn around here.
Yeah, but Xiao Yu, he has his smoke broken. Snapfire Kisses is there. Alacrity, he's going to be able to blink away. They know where he is, but they are not going to take the risk to blink and Burrow Strike in. In fact, never mind, Xiao Yu doesn't have blink up. They have no way to close the gap to try and get the TP cancellation. It's a big loss again for Mystery. It seems to be the one thing holding them back is just losing their mid or off lane like that, just by themselves. And you're getting to that point in the game now where you don't necessarily want to be caught alone.
You really don't. You need some farm up in the Ember. It's for Mercury, he's behind Alacrity, and he's the bottom core right now, which is never a good spot for the Ember Spirit. He is trying to save up for the BKB. Once you have the BKB up on the Ember, it's safer.
Onto Wayne. Now you toss back from Alacrity. They want to try and get rid of that Aphotic Shield. BOIXY going to hold him down. Now Mizu will get to work, but he's full HP again. A nice Earth Spike out from Paulus, onto two heroes into the double Hex. They've got so much control, and they will just blow them up. Xiao Yu, he tries to get in for an epicenter. Mizu literally doesn't care. He literally just does not care as QWE is going to try and TP out. He will not make it.
Is paved with bones.
They clean him up. Mystery just... they tried, but getting caught out by Alacrity like that, it seems to just be the story of the game. Alacrity continues to get a nice toss back every single team. Can't fight back.
He has to be up forward, ready to go. Nice courier snipe coming out from QWE. That is the Lincolns of Mizu taken out, so he's not going to have that protection from the single target spells coming through here, and that can make it a bit rough for our Drow. Not having any defensive item beyond the Manta here can be a bit tricky, so that's something Mystery can abuse. They are kind of grouped up. Looks like they will go for a smoke play, and the side of GXR, their supports are back up. They're sort of scattered around. This could be a really good fight for Mystery if they line it up well.
Yeah, I think they're trying to go for the blink reveal on Xiao Yu, and now they do find a big target in Alacrity. That's the one you want. Get rid of the Tiny straight off the bat, but Alacrity is not dying. The Stampede away is going to be enough. Mystery, they need to run. Well, actually, they didn't even use the Epicenter. They only used the Eclipse out of all the ultis they have. No Mortimer's Kisses either. So they still have that available. They're going to hope somebody tries to farm the mid lane again. But it looks like Galaxy Racer, they realize what's going on and they will back off. Instead now, Mystery, they might have to try and invade the Radiant Triangle if they want another team fight. But without the Eclipse, you may not want to force it. You may just want to kind of leave it be, wait for the cooldown and come back another time.
Yeah, you kind of feel lackluster up front as the Luna. You kind of want that Eclipse up to force them to use spells, to use BKBs, and force the aggression outside from GXR. You want to be the ones playing up front, forcing GXR to kind of respond, kind of change their positioning there. And without the Eclipse, it's just a bit harder for the Luna to force that out. The side of GXR, though, I mean, they could look to make a play themselves. They do know that one big spell is on cooldown. It's a pretty long cooldown as well. It's about 2 minutes, 20 seconds, so there's a lot of downtime there to play with. They are just kind of sitting back and farming up, trying to get some steady build-up. I believe they might just wait for the courier of Mizu to be back up, for the Lincolns to be on hand. They're also saving up for a BKB here on Alacrity, but there's another smoke from Mystery. They still have those other spots as mentioned. They could still look to make a play.
But they can. They're going to try and go into their Radiant Triangle right now. Wards up, however, going to see Mercury, but they found KYXY. But the Lotus Sword going to bounce everything back the way as he can stampede now and just trying to get his way out on Alacrity right into the back lines onto Ghost. Will force the BKB, but it's not going to be enough. Alacrity, he is dropping low now. He needs some help, but where's the help? It's just not coming. KYXY gonna go back in after Xiao Yu, but it's not looking amazing for them. The buyback will be there from Alacrity now to try to come back into this team fight, but they are dropping like flies. There goes KYXY. At least they did find the Ember. KYXY is gonna buy back immediately. Into Wayne they go on the Abaddon and Ghost. They found the big one.
Killing spree!
That'll be your Luna gone now, as a massive hoop stop is there, and look at that, John. Right into the Roshan pit they go.
Yeah, beautiful. They were given a full team wipe coming out from Mystery. They did have to buy back a couple of heroes here on Jixer. Definitely worthwhile. And I think it boils down to a couple of things. Mainly, Paulson's Ag Shard. Like, he just gets in the middle, gets a spell me, drains their mana. They can't do anything after the fact. Now to get a free Aegis, they've got an Ag Shard still sitting there. Someone pick it up. Please give it to Alacrity. There you go. So he gets a free upgrade with a tree grab, no charges. You can easily divert towards the right-click Tiny down the line. No, he passes it on to Mizu.
You get the stack thing, right? The hypothermia stack. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think I've ever managed to see that, so this should be interesting. It does sound really amazing going slowing down that region, and now they can go for a very simple push. KOXI stands in front, damage is dealt. Fortify is forced. They do have Eclipse back up, and Epicenter is still ready for this defense, so it could be a bit risky for GXR, but they're still going to take this tower anyway.
They at least want the tier 3, but with the double damage rune and the Aegis active, you'd rather just go straight for the racks. Of course, Mizu does have a pretty big power spike with the shards up now, so they are feeling confident, but they get the mid racks, and that'll be enough. Alacrity even tossing away the trail, making sure Mizu does not get caught. And suddenly Galaxy Racer, 12k ahead in this game, and it feels really bad for Ghost, because he's been so far ahead on this Luna, but it's not transitioning to victories in these team fights. It just, he can't stand in the front lines and just hit people. Like, you don't have a big tanky centaur in the front to take away the attention. You don't have a Tiny. You've got Sanking Ember, but they're not enough. They are just melting way too fast.
Yeah, and Ghost has lost that net worth lead now. It's just about 2k above the Drow, which is not a major item anymore for the Luna. So you're lagging behind in terms of playing to your strengths. You want that item advantage to have a huge power spike over everyone else. Now you don't have that, and I think Ghost is kind of stuck trying to figure out what to itemize. Like a while ago he was queuing up the Ags, now it's the Hurricane Pike. Ideally, I think you'd want something like a Satanical Door left.
He didn't get the toss back, it was out of range. Instead, they'll head up towards the top lane where Mercury does show himself, and it looks like Mercury, good game sense, does remove himself from that scenario. In fact, it wasn't even game sense, they were under vision while they were TPing. Gonna miss out on the Ember kill.
Illusion.
It's gonna allow Ghost to go back into the triangle now and try to farm a bit more safely. He's even got that Aghanim Scepter queued up on the Luna. Oh, but there's your Soulbind down into the stomp, and now the double finger. A big Burrow Strike epicenter, but they have lost Ghost. The massive Luna already down. Xiao Yu gonna try and chase down Polison, but look at the hypothermia stacks, John.
Oh my god.
Just stacking up. There goes Xiao Yu into another QWE. He is also caught. And that's why it's very important to de-ward your triangle if you are going to move in like that. So that was the easiest Soulbind for the Grimstroke I've probably ever seen. 3-4-3, he did not struggle whatsoever.
And it's just difficult now for Mystery. They're forced to buy back for the defense. They do have Eclipse to play with, the Kisses to play with, so they can maybe start to punish here, but Mizu just hits so hard. He's got that Daedalus along with the Hyperthermia stacks, and it's just the difference with the Luna. The Luna has so many defensive items, so many stat padding items that there's just no burst damage coming through from Ghost despite that investing.
He's got that cute Lucent Beam Glaives thing going on for Ghost. Always love to see that, but it doesn't feel impactful enough unless you have something like a big Divine Rapier or a Daedalus up. He is going to go for the Aghanim Scepter up next on the Luna, which is going to be quite impactful, I'm sure. I mean, it's about that time where you start to think about just going for the Divine instead and trying to abuse the Lucent Beam and Glaive bounce rather than the Aghanim Scepter. But I guess either way, even the axe can be that kind of game-changing item for Ghost. So either way, you kind of need something right now.
At the least, it helps you stand further away from the fight, so you can just drop Eclipse, look for a better angle to come in, get your right click off. We did see Ghost a while ago again queuing around between the Hurricane Pike and the Ags, but looks like he's fully committed. Buys out the point booster. Doesn't have buyback anyway, so I think they understand that. If you can farm it up before the next fight, you might as well, because you can't really come into the next fight anyway if you die. So they're just going to try to get as much space as possible. GXR are going to be lining up for the top set of racks, though. That is going to be the last set. So Mystery has to be ready for that defense. All spells up, Epicenter, Kisses, Eclipse ready to go. They just need to find a good angle and prevent GXR from jumping that backline again.
Mercury going to try and slow them down, but he doesn't really have much farm on the Ember. The damage output is quite low on this Ember Spirit right now, and for Galaxy Racer, just look how hard they're hitting Xiao Yu. He's going to try and go in and start this team fight with the Eclipse out on KYXY, but he has a hard on. He is taking no damage right now on that Centaur, and nobody is dying. The team fight just means nothing, and now Paulson is in with the double hex out. They can go in with a double hook club from KYXY into the finger. They found Ghost. That should be GG. They don't have the buybacks, and there you go. They call it. They have had enough. They committed that whole Eclipse onto KYXY on the Centaur, and with the Heart of Tarask up, John, he just took no damage.
Yeah, it's really tanky here to have up front. I think the pipe.
The Dire get a ban.
Here's the Radiant ban.
The Dire get a ban.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Lion. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Dusk.
I think they've got to be able to play a mid-game aggression. Like they played really passively. I mean, sure, you were getting farm on Ghost there, but everyone else was also just kind of sitting back, and they weren't farming as efficiently. You saw a lot of space coming out from GXR to get farm out onto Muzu, to get that really fast start on Alacrity. Once he had his blink, GXR was ready to go, and they had that strong combination on hand. They just had +1 plus Grimstroke with blink, and that was it. They just had ways to initiate. Team Mystery, again, we just need to see their off lane and their mid lane to buy that space out for Ghost, as he gets farm, but he needs his other cores to also build up true kills. They can't just sit back there, give all the farm away to the Luna in that case, and just expect that farm to trickle down at some point. It just doesn't happen unless they find kills. So we'll see if Team Mystery can get a bit of a faster pace early on. You see them pick up the line first, taking away from Paulson. We saw Paulson do amazingly well in that line. He just had so many combinations to go off with. He had the Hex to hold down the Ember, and he had a lot of good Earth Spikes coming through. The double Hex, the double Earth Spike, double Fingers coming out with Grimstroke were really strong. You don't have that combo for Team Mystery. They don't have the option for Grimstroke, and they have to worry a bit. There's a Tusk and Grim for GXR, so they've got save potential coming through here. They've got the Grim for those combinations on hand as well with the Tusk are nice. Team Mystery do take the Axe, so they do manage to bring it out. Looks like for now it should be Xiao Yu. I don't think they're going to be opting for that for Ghost. Just not very Ghost-like. Ghost tends to enjoy just sitting back and farming more. He loves farm-oriented heroes. We saw GXR ban out the Medusa. Maybe they eye up the Luna again. A Luna plus Axe with an Ags can be highly effective. That is one way to get some early aggression out with the Luna as well. So you just need to hit the blink timing on the Axe. We'll see what they do build up. Of course, having Axe in that lane for Mystery does make it a bit annoying for GXR. They don't have a Dispelled support. They've locked themselves into Tusk Grimstroke, so no Abaddon option to just take off the Battle Hunger every time. We'll have to see what they do want to toss into the Axe lane. Melee cores don't tend to enjoy that. We did see Mizu play really nicely with a Drow. That could be an option as well. I mean, you have to worry about the blink initiation, but it could still work out really nicely in the laning phase.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Dire's ban now.
Yeah.
10 seconds. 5 seconds. What'll it be?
Here's the Radiant ban.
Of course.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got to make that call in the draft, and sometimes I'm right. Mostly I'm right. Sometimes I'm wrong. I'd like to say I feel like recently it's been pretty good. Yeah, mostly. I think my read has been good. If I do say so myself, you know. I'm gonna hold myself to that standard. Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
They've left the Drow here from Mysteries, and so if they wanted a range core coming out from GXR, they could still go back into that option. Maybe prioritize the Centaur if they wanted to, as you do need the Stampede to save your Drow. I think that was key there. KYXY is doing a good job of popping the spell to ensure that Mizu would live. They do take the Void Spirit first, so prioritizing what seems to be our Alacrity hero. Maybe some flexibility. I can't really recall KYX by playing it in the offlane, but he might have once or twice in a couple of games you saw before. So could be an option there to flex onto the offlane, but likely mid. Tendency for the Void Spirit. Of course, you're picking Void Spirit into Lion, so there's already some good control coming through here from Mystery to lock in the Void Spirit. But this does give Galaxy Racer a really good combo on hand. We've got Void Spirit plus Grimstroke, Inkswell plus the Astral Step in. Could be really nice. Got the Tusk who can follow up, or Tusk to start with a Snowball and you jump in and Void Spirit. They've got that mobility again, as we were seeing from Game 1. They had Centaur Tiny. This time around they've got inbuilt mobility. They don't necessarily need to wait for blink timings. They can start playing aggressively once they hit certain level spikes here. Everyone's still asking for Ignition. They still want Ignition to play. And I see someone typing out the lyrics as well. Warvin. Yeah. Hey, I could sing it. I don't know if that's any better. It's still a vulgar song.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Radiant Protector. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
It gives you good sustain for your accent lanes. You could play a lot more aggressive early on. Run up, you got the living armor on top. You're going to be harder to zone out. I think if you're looking for cores, especially in a pause 1 to combine with the Axe and Treant, Luna still comes into mind. It's, we saw Ghost farm insanely well. I don't think it was down to his Luna plays, really just down to the farm distribution. In this case, if you do go Luna, you could really prioritize the Axe buildup, because Axe blinks in, it clips on top of him, everyone's dead. So you can kind of play around with that combo for Mystery if you wanted to. I think would be a pretty decent Luna game. You have the Void Spirit and Tusk, you can gap close, but wasn't too much of an issue there. For Mystery last time around, you do see GXR pick up the Necrophos here. So this is a bit scary. It counteracts, say, a Spectre if Team Mystery were looking for that kind of AFK farm core for Ghost. It can still sort of do okay against the Luna, although the Luna can just kind of AFK farm as well. The big issue here is you've got Grimstroke.
5 seconds
So you've got
remaining.
Soulbind and Reaper Sight onto 2. If they die, you've got 2 heroes with longer, you know, much more respawn times on hand. It's never going to be fun up against a Necrophos, so there's a lot to play with there. Team Mystery do go into the AM, which does make the Necrophos lane, it's still okay, but it's also mildly annoying. If the AIM wants to commit, jump up, you drain the mana of the Necrophos, he's kind of stuck in an awkward spot. Ghost Shroud isn't necessarily prioritized early on as well, and it's harder to commit the Reaper's Sight because of that mana shield, so the counter spell is going to cause some issues for the Necrophos. It is an AFK farm core for Ghost. You can be protected by your Treant. You are building up in that same kind of playstyle we tend to see with Ghost, and he is going to beat a win condition here just by virtue of having an AM on hand.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Here's the Radiant ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think in this case I would have leaned towards the Luna a lot more just because of the Axe combo. It just allows you to have that early aggression. AM, you're going to farm Battle Fury, you're going to get Manta, as you mentioned, maybe even a BKB this game because of all those silences. You might just want to opt to go really defensive in your build-up. For Ghost, we'll have to see. They do not have last pick overall, so you're going to have to show their mid matchup here up against the Void Spirit. Of course, there's no room for flex on the Void Spirit because Necrophos is there. Maybe mid Necrophos could come out, but it doesn't feel like something Alacrity would enjoy playing there. You should just be hammered in. They go with the Sand King here. Mid Axe over Sand King. I feel like it
5 seconds remaining.
It is better, but Axe feels like he enjoys the long lane more, right? Like you have camps to play with. You're much more disruptive compared to Sand King. And the Galaxy Racer take the Luna themselves, so they've got a lot to play with here. It is Mercury Sand King, so it's a Xiaoyu Axe. Yeah, it's like you don't want to give the long lane away from Axe. Like he really just wants to double wave, pull the camp, get a lot of farm. You don't get that pace from mid. You can maybe bully out a Void Spirit, but the Void Spirit has a lot of ways to play around the Axe there as well. I think the Sand King holds out that lane a lot better, so Mercury's going to hold out there. Key thing here is farm timings. Like, are we going to see the Blink Rush from Xiaoyu? Is he going to opt for the Vanguard Hood of Defiance, or at least Vanguard plus Blink or Blade Mail plus Blink? Like, they need something to jump in and gap close. We kind of saw that issue from GXR early on, right? Like before Blinks were out, they weren't getting any aggression out. And it just felt really awkward. They're playing a slower game. Ghost was getting a lot of space out. Same thing for Mystery has to come out here. A blink timing on either Sand King or Axe has to come out, and they should be ready to play around that massive spike. GXR, I think Mizu on the Luna, probably going to show us how he wants to play that Luna, maybe send a message to Ghost. Ghost really had a fantastic farm, but just didn't line up. We'll see if GXR can play around that Luna a bit better here. They do have aggression on hand. They've got those Soulbind combos and Mystery. Well, they've got an AM, but there's a lot that Ghost has to put in here to make that work.
Okay, fair enough, John, but I've got to ask you the hard question. Who came out with the better draft in your opinion?
Oh, I'm going to say Galaxy Racer again. I like their lineup a bit more. I love that the Grimstroke, they've got combinations with the Void Spirit and the Tusk in that case. A lot of early aggression that can come in. They've got the Necrophos to potentially sight through for the Soulbind Double Reaper as well, which is anyone on the side of Mystery. It's just a lot of downtime in the game if you do get sighted out in 2 heroes. Could be a massive win for GXR in that case. And I think they've got easier farm conditions with a Luna. It's just so much easier for a Luna to flash farm. No pressure for the initial, say, Mask of Madness. And you go into jungle, you're going to outfarm the AM. At least for the first 15 minutes, it's going to feel a lot better for the Luna there.
QWE going to get caught out. Has a nice observer ward down as well to kind of watch this rotation, but 343 knows about it. He's going to be able to deny it off very early on, and that's going to be rather unfortunate for Team Mystery. Galaxy Racer, however, obviously being able to get the D ward off in the safe lane this early on is going to be quite impactful, I feel, as you're going to really be able to just try and stop these small camp pulls from happening now. Of course, Team Mystery won't be able to see if there's any rotations coming into this top lane early. Mind you, I don't exactly expect Alacrity to rotate that early on the Void Spirit, but I suppose it's the right power route, you never really know.
Yeah, could lead to some nice early aggression if they do get, like, say, a haste here. See some interesting lane swap outs before the scuffle here.
WE gonna throw a nice stun out, but that'll be about it. It's going to be a 3-for-1 trade on the bounties, so you are going to see Galaxy Racer get a very small net worth advantage. Overall, I think Mystery won't mind too much. And as well as that, I thought maybe they'd start with the tri-lane, and yeah, they are. GXR, they're going to move 3-4-3 up towards the top side. And of course, when you have a Tusk up, you always want to start with the tri-lane. But I have a feeling they might keep the tri-lane in this matchup and just shut down the anti-mage.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much the AM and the Treant can do here. Dual melee up against Luna's already a bit awkward. Now you've got the potential for chain stuns coming through. Once you level up, say, Lunar Blessing here, so much more presence from your supports as well. And you can see Ghost just kind of cut out from the creep wave. Like, he needs to find that farm. They're getting really good control of the creep wave here on the side of GXR. So until some levels come in for Wayne in particular, it's not going to be a very fun lane for the side of Mystery. Again, dual melee up against 2 ranged heroes plus the Tusk. Never feels great. Of course, this is slowing down Mizu's EXP gain, and it's going to starve 343 of EXP on the Grimstroke as well. I don't think you mind that, as you're just going to have some stable farm and slow down Ghost's battle fury timing.
No, you just want the farm anyway on this Luna. And if you can slow down Ghost on the anti-mage, I mean, we know AM will have no game if he can't farm up. But they are going to rotate QWE up, and they are going to find 343 with an Earth Spike, and that might mean his death. Paulison can't really help him out right now. 343 going to Fairy Fire. Ghost looking for the last hit, won't be able to get it. But QWE, it's not going to be quite enough damage. So tri-lane versus tri-lane scenario here in this this safe lane of Mystery. That should make Ghost's life just a little bit easier now. That Ghost is actually out CSing the Luna at the moment, so Mizu might be the one who needs to keep up.
Yeah, it's a little bit nicer now for Mystery. I think having a Lion is just a bit scarier, and once you land, say, Earth Spike plus Nature's Grasp, you're not going to have too many angles there to follow up the aggression. You see Paulson just running through, blocking the small camp. There was already the large camp pull from Mystery, though, so the lane is going to stabilize a bit better. They need to figure out a way to give some EXP out onto Mizu, and also spread out across the supports for now.
This is a real problem.
Is, again, slightly behind.
It's a real problem, though, if you allow them to get large camp pulls off like this in a tri-lane. Like, that can't happen. You can't let that happen. It's one of the strengths of the tri-lane is not allowing that to happen, and missing out on a full wave is going to be very detrimental, especially when you consider that one level can make all the difference here for either side. 343 now, going to get chased down, but Paulson is going to move in with the tag team, and now the Inkswell, they might be able to turn, and they will. Wayne has gone way too far forward and is going to get punished. They might get 343, and they do, but you got the first blood gold over to Mizu. It's going to allow him to have a higher net worth than Ghost already.
And that kind of makes up for that slower start here for GXR. Does allow Mizu to feel a lot nicer here. Of course, you're not getting a major EXP advantage. Still, Ghost is slightly ahead. So you're going to have a smoother ride on the AM with the blink available. You're not going to be able to threaten the AM as much. You could see a lane swap out for 343, but he's just opting to keep the tri-lane top. Gives us a chance to look at the other lanes down bot. KYXY is on that Necrophos up against Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's just creep cutting right now. Same time, KYXY doesn't mind us. You're a Necrophos, you can tank hits, you just get last hits. Heartstopper gives you some good passive regen on hand, so you don't mind this lane too much. I'd say it's actually better for KYXY. Like, the Axe has better jungle access in this case, but you're not zoning out the Necrophos, and he's still going to have some stable farm. Laning is really Necrophos' a shortfall. Doesn't feel great until level 5, really, in terms of sustain, but you're not really punishing him for that. So let's see if Xiao Yu can use this free farm to great effect. That's going to be important. Down mid, you have the Sand King versus Void Spirit lane. Mercury's roughing low here.
Yeah, he is, and he doesn't have Burrow Strike right now. It was on cooldown, but it looks like it's not going to be enough for Alacrity. He will back off into the Water Rune. Stun is out, but Alacrity still going to be able to pick up his rune. Mercury will do the exact same. And it looks like QWE going to try and just be very annoying in this mid lane, getting the mana drain off. Allowing Mercury a bit of space on this Sand King. Going back to the spot lane though, John, I really like what Xiao Yu's doing. It goes back to what you were saying, right? Like Necrophos, he's a master at laning. He wants to just kind of really get under your skin in the 1v1 matchup. But Xiao Yu, he's not actually laning against him. He'll just keep pulling the waves over and just farming them up by creep cutting. And that way, you never really deal with the Necrophos in the first place. Xiao Yu's taking a fair bit of damage, but with the regen he has on hand, he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, and I don't have to feel about this. I feel like Axe is a laner, and you do want that early farm, but you also want to apply lane pressure, and you're not really getting that. Yeah, and you can't apply it because you're running a trial lane. And Necrophos is just going to have that easy ride. Level 6 is up, Reaper's Sight is up. You are getting more farm here on Xiao Yu, and he does have the Vanguard up. Looks like he will go Vanguard, Hood of Defiance into Blink. So it's the defensive sort of Axe build, the more farm-oriented Axe build. As long as the AM doesn't have Battle Fear, you're not really eating into his resources, so there is some time here for the Axe to play the jungle, get his initial resources up. Same there for Mercury, and Mercury is going to rush the Travels into Blink, so it's a much more active Sand King coming through. Good to see for Mercury. He understands that one of these cores will have to buy space out early on. Looks like the Sand King is getting ready for that move. The issue is, the mid lane has been a bit back and forth. Like, Mercury's not too far behind in CS. That is because he's been dipping into the jungle. So Alacrity's already off to a great start here.
QWE, he tried to rotate for the Power Rune. Does get the Hex off on Alacrity. Polison is going to try and feed the kill to Alacrity though, and he will. Very nice play there from Polison to read the movement of the Lion. Not what you want to see if you're Mercury, right? Like the poor Sand King just sitting here trying to farm, but Alacrity on the other end is getting a Lion kill and is still ahead in terms of CS. In fact, look at the harassment he can deal right now. Mercury, he goes into the Sandstorm, but he is under a Sentry Ward. Alacrity does have Astral Step. Mercury is going to be alright, but just barely. Meanwhile, topside, Polison trying to start a fight, and nice shards out, blocking the way, so Wayne is getting very low. Ghost, he will try onto Mizu, but won't have the damage output. Instead, going back in onto 3-4-3, a nice Earth Spike out to block the way, but Ghost is going to be unable to finish off anyone. He will just drain a lot of mana, but that's about all he can do here. This tri-lane, you'd have to argue, is still going the way of GXR.
It definitely is. Mizu's finding more farm. The Mask of Madness is going to be up really soon for the Luna, and it's at that point when you can outfarm an AM. For the AM's end, Ghost still needs Battle Fury. He needs his Power Treads up as well. There's so much more you have to save up for on the side of Mystery, and it looks like it's time for Mizu to just bail from that top lane, go onto mid, get some free farm, wait for the Mask of Madness, and then just go into the jungle. Whereas for the AM, that process into the jungle is a lot longer. KYXY makes his way up top. You've got a level 6 Necrophos up against a level 5 AM. You could look to drop the AM low and go for the Reaper Sight play.
Xiao Yu could be in danger. Polison has rotated along with Alacrity. He blocks the way with the shards and goes for the snowball tag team. And now they make the jump in. But Xiao Yu, he got the call on. And he can deal a lot of damage here to Polison. Looks like they're not going to have enough to kill off Xiao Yu. The Vanguard just meaning he's a bit too tanky on that axe. Even with the tag team, it's just not going to be enough. Meanwhile, top lane, Ghost was able to kill off 3-4-3, but now the Reaper's Scythe out is not going to be anywhere near enough. AYXY, maybe just using it defensively there onto the anti-mage, but there was definitely no way he was going to die like that.
No, it looked like he was just trying to cut off the jump in from Ghost. Fairly long cooldown to commit defensively, so the Reaper's going to be down for about a minute and a half. It's a lot of open time here for Ghost to just sit comfortably in the lane. Team Mystery, you're seeing a little bit of activity from Mercury. He does have the haste up.
Can kill Paulison here. The only problem is he doesn't really have a +1. And they might turn now. 3-4-3. He's chasing him down. We'll think better of it. Mercury wants to try and contest these stacks away from GXR. Now they come in onto KYXY. He'll turn around with the Inkswell though, onto the anti-mage, but the stun will not connect on anyone as now Wayne is going to be targeted by Alacrity, but there's the epicenter out from Mercury as he will chase down 3-4-3, but it is not going to be enough damage. Now the snowball in Mercury. He probably needs to run, but he will stick around for the kill. In fact, a double kill now onto the Sand King, and he will try to TP away. And it's going to be enough. The greed pays off for Mercury, and while they won't stop these stacks being taken, you look at that net worth board, John, and it is going to be the Axe and the Sand King at the top.
Yeah, it's really important for Team Mystery to get that initial farm, these two heroes, to transition to the AM farming. We are seeing the items line up. Xiao Yu's just given all the space in the world down bot. Hood of Defiance up on top of that Vanguard. Blink coming out next. And it's at that point where the Axe is unkillable. The damage output might not feel amazing yet, but you can just hold yourself up front, distract the entire team, have them jump onto you, and there's not enough burst damage here from the side of Galaxy Racer to punish the Axe, so you've got one stable foundation to play with here. KYXY's farm in comparison is just a bit too low, and the tier 1 is slowly but surely being chipped away.
Top tower needs some friends.
Bottom lane, KYXY has to be very cautious here as Xiao Yu's going to go for the dive in. He has help coming in as well from Ghost and QWE. You get the Hex and the call off, but it's during the Ghost form, but it won't matter. KYXY has no help coming in. He needs some. It's not coming. He'll just have to try and run the old-fashioned way. Xiao Yu does have the battle hunger and the call as well, and that should be enough. QWE to lock him down, and there's your dunk out. And I'm very shocked by that, John. Nobody TP'd down to try and help. They're going to try and go on to Wayne instead.
Tower has fallen.
So they will be able to get him. And looking back, the only TPs that were available were Alacrity and Mizu on the Luna. Xiao Yu is caught. A great shard out from Paulison. Do they have the damage output though? He's just so darn tanky, but with the Walrus Punch to slow him down, it is going to be enough.
Is about to take the plunge.
And suddenly now those safe lane kills that Mystery got don't look quite as good.
Yeah, they feed it back towards Mizu. Mizu's going to be very thankful for those kill pickups. They're going to go for that top tier 1 to trade. With a Treant, you can kind of stall out. The looking armor is there. It's just not enough. It's a level 2 looking armor, and the Luna still has enough in the tank to really melt right through the objective. So you're going to be able to trade even. The mid is under pressure, though. The zone KYXY holding out here, but he is still kind of hard to zone out despite not having any major items yet. You can't fully commit with just two heroes on hand. You might want to cut him off with an additional hero as well. KYXY does get punished, but they are kind of lined up mid. They've got Finger ready on QWE. They want something juicier.
You get though.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff win.
On the bright side for Mystery, you've still got Ghost farming decently enough in the jungle. Not really able to keep up with Mizu yet, but eventually, once he has that Battle Fury up, you'll start to see him escalate. It's going to be a big smoke here from GXR. Supports with Alacrity going to move down, and they have found a big target. But can you lock him down? Inkswell is going to be there, but no, the Aether Remnant. You needed that to connect. Now Ghost, he's going to try and run. Snowball, not going to connect either. Maybe they still have enough. They have the silence out, and Ghost. He's going to drop Mercury. He's TP'd in now. It might just be a little bit too late. All they're going to get for their trouble is 3-4-3. Not quite what you'd want.
Fade from memory.
No, it's much more favorable for GXR. They punish out the AM while he's really squishy. They catch out Mercury as well, but it's just Alacrity.
Burrow Strike misses though. Mid lane's been forced in by KYXY, and we kind of talked about this during the draft phase, but the one thing you can't afford for Mystery is to lose these tier 1 towers early. GXR, they've already got the top tier 1, and they're looking at that mid tier 1 now. That's going to be the important one. You really can't afford to lose that.
You have to throw your bodies for it to save that tower. They are almost reaching the point where the Blink's going to be up in Xiao Yu. That allows them to take much better positions in these fights and allow them to get that initial jump that they need. Of course, they are still playing really nicely with the vision here from Mystery's end. They know where 343 is at. They know where he's standing. Drops the sentry, but the ward is up on that cliff spot. Doesn't spot it yet. So we'll see if they manage to get that D ward off. The courier is coming up, but QWE will just get a freebie kill.
I could eat one of those.
Well, 3 trying to make sure it wasn't a freebie. QWE, I don't know about this. This is very dangerous. He will protect the ward, but it will still get D ward. Looks like he's not going to get punished anyway. Fine to just run out. Like you mentioned, John, Xiao Yu now very close to that Blink Dagger. That's going to be the timing you're looking for on the side of Mystery, and there you go. He has it up now. You're also about 300 gold away from Mercury having his own Blink up. So you're going to have those double Blinks coming out. It's almost guaranteed that Mystery will go for a big smoke up with those double Blinks. In fact, they're only going to commit to one. They won't even wait for the Sand King Blink.
Yeah, I think they feel some pressure to make something happen ASAP. Mercury's just kind of stuck mid. It's so close though, but it's like they believe just Xiao Yu should be enough to get that good position.
Should be. Mid lane. Fire Strike in. Alacrity though, he has jumped in with the Yule Scepter and the 8th Remnant now, and nobody's coming in to help. They're going top lane instead, where they'll find Mizu. Mizu has the Eclipse, but there's your call out. But look at the TPs. Immediately in with the Soulbind, and they cannot take Mizu down. They will try to retreat now, but the Eclipse is going to be out. It's not going to be that great. Still, they protect their Luna, and that's all that matters right now. As well, they're going to go for even more. Paulison. Shard's going to lock out QWE. A Reaper Scythe available, but it won't matter. XY is still able to take the kill on the Necrophos, and that's pretty bad news when Mystery can't get the first kill with that Blink on the Axe. That was your Blink reveal, and well, maybe they should have waited for the Sand King.
No, KYXY.
Structures are fortified.
In a bit of trouble. No help on the way for KYXY. He needs to find his own way out of this. More TP's coming in, and now he has some friends, but it might be too late. Paulson trying to make his way over, and there's a snowball now to delay things as Wayne is going to get stunned up. They'll go on to QWE, but the Earth Spike was there into a massive Burrow Strike, but it means nothing as the Inkstall did land on Mercury. He will get bursted down onto Xiao Yu. Now Ghost even joining the fray, but it's not enough damage. He will at least get KYXY. Can they turn? They are going to try. Xiao Yu still moving back on a Paulison. There aren't many spells left. 343 going to go back in onto Wayne, and there's your Tree Protector now going down. Xiao Yu not going to land the call whatsoever. Ghost is still sticking around for this team fight. This is all time he has not been farming. Maybe if they get Alacrity it'd be worth it, but he's spent a solid minute not farming whatsoever, and that's quite detrimental for Ghost.
Yeah, they don't find the big kills they want. They lose their mid-tier 2 as well. Like, you had Mizu just basically taking it by himself with Manta, and it's a Luna. It just melts objectives when it has the opportunity. It gets an Illusion Rune as well out from Alacrity, so you're feeling really nice on Luna right now. And Team Mystery are losing map space here. There's some deep wards from GXR, watching the top jungle, watching that mid lane to allow that push earlier on. They do smoke up again on Mystery. They've got the blink up in Mercury. They just need to find the angles with this double blink play.
Good game sense though. GXR gonna back off at the right time, realizing everyone was missing, and Alacrity might still get caught. QWE, put the ward down too late. It can still go. Mercury now apparently on the cliff. Trying to get that vision. They'll see 343, they'll see Alacrity. It's not going to lead to anything though. 343. They get the Grimstroke, I suppose that's something. You'd rather Mizu though. Problem is Mizu has the ulti up. KYXY's going to walk in, and for Mercury, he'll be silenced, but he will be able to Burrow Strike away. Still Alacrity does get the Yule Scepter off into the 8th of Remnant. Xiao Yu, he can't get the Blink call in. He can't really counter-initiate here. He's still waiting and now does get one off, but it's only going to be onto Paulison, who will snowball away, and now the double Reaper side is out. They'll go on to Wayne now. Alacrity, he's not going to land the 8th Remnant, but it won't matter.
Radiant's bottom tower faces
This draft it's not really working quite yet for Mystery.
Dire's top tower
It is just not working.
under attack.
No, and now that opens up the Roche for GXR once more. First Roche for game, Aegis going out for them in the end. I'm just looking at their builds, and I have to give a shout out here. KYXY is going for Sanj, and I know for a fact Mr. Crest, Mr. Rank 200 Crest right now, Necrophos spammer, Necro God himself, he gets flamed for going Sanj on Necrophos. He likes it. He doesn't know why he builds it. He just feels like stat resist is good. KYXY, you know, he's going for it as well. So I guess that's some vindication for our friend Crest. But I mean, it's just nice. You get more strength. You get more stat resist. You're harder to kill up front. KYXY is just a bit of a menace. And we've seen Mystery kind of commit onto the Necrophos a couple of times where they just don't have enough burst damage to kill him with just 2 heroes. You need to commit 3, 4 heroes out. You might have to toss out the fingers. And KYXY, as long as he gets a good spot in the fight, double Reaper, when it's out, you're adding 25 seconds, 35 seconds to the respawn. It just becomes very hard for Mystery to find some follow-up fights. Hard for them to get the defense out for these objectives. They're still holding out on Ghost, finding that Manta farm. Battle Fury's up. You're an AM that's lagging 3.5, 4.5k behind a Luna. This is just supremely underfarmed compared to the Luna, and Ghost really has to put the work in to kind of close that gap.
Who said Sanj is bad on Necro?
I know, he gets flamed in his pubs. He gets flamed by everyone else.
Stats resist is so broken on a hero like Necrophos of all things. Who the hell says that's bad?
I don't know. People he queues up with at 200, you know, rank 200. I don't know. They flame him for it.
Actors. That's what they are, John. They're just acting. GXR gonna move up. Xiao Yu does not really want to die again, and looks like he reads the map. Realize something is awry and does back off at the exact right time. Alacrity, though, still sees Mercury, and he's going to jump in. 8th Remnant does latch on. The Sandstorm not going to do anything, and this is why I hate mid-sanking, John. It doesn't do anything. It's...
Yeah.
You know what I always say, John? If your punch can't make it work, nobody can. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, that's fair. I think it used to have a place. It just doesn't feel great. I think the hero... I mean, the change to Epicenter was nice. It still feels like its spikes are too awkward. A level 1 Epicenter just feels very unimpactful if you don't have a Veil. And now you see off that Veil, they go for the Tier 2.
Yeah, that's a nice 8th Remnant and a great read from Alacrity to go onto the high ground. Wayne is going to try and escape, but he cannot. He found another. He found QWE the exact same way now. QWE is trying to run, but they are just diving the base. Alacrity has another step available. QWE, the Shard's not going to lock him in. He will still go for it and gets it.
Fortified their structure.
Oh, cool guys do not look at explosions. Alacrity, he throws the Remnant. He looks away. And long behold, John, he lands it.
Yeah, Alacrity's just on fire. From his Tiny in Game 1 to his Void Spirit here. They find the kills, they pressure a Tier 3, they go for racks. This is the power of Luna. Once you reach the high ground, objectives do not stand for all too long. They still have the Aegis as well, so there's no risk to Mizu here. No risk at all.
Nope. He's fine. Well, you say that, there's your call out now. Mercury channeling the epicenter, but no snowball. Paulison, he wastes the whole epicenter, and now they just get bursted down. The buyback's there from Xiao Yu, but doesn't even matter. They've already got the bot racks, and quite frankly, GXR could go for the mid. They still have the Aegis.
Thank you. Yeah. It's a tough defense now. No Epicenter. You're going to have to just play with a call, try to jump in, hope Ghost gets some good use out of the space. There's only so much an AM that's 4k behind can do. And Mizu, again, once he focuses on the Tier 3s, living armor or not, it's not going to stop Luna. It's just not enough to stop this kind of damage output. Once the racks are open, they just melt to the glaives bouncing around. And what do? And there's Aegis. Even if you call him, you have to deal with that second life.
Now you've got an Aghanim Scepter there on Alacrity, so you've got even bigger problems now if you are the side of Team Mystery, as they are lacking BKBs at the moment. In fact, nobody on the team has a BKB. The best you've got is the Manta style on Ghost, but he's been caught out again. Alacrity, not going to go for the Aether Remnant. He's just going to test the waters here, and Ghost, he's just going to keep trying to farm up into the Eye of Skadi. And I said this during the draft phase, John, but I question whether the Manta is going to be enough to really purge off the silences that Galaxy Racer do have. Because you do have 3 different silences, plus all the other disables that are available. And by the way, this is what I was going to say about KYXY as well. Why not go Kai Assange?
Yeah.
It's genius.
I told Zhang the same thing. He's like, yeah, I will, but the game ended before you could. You already won. So it's just so good, right? That you get them mana regen amp, great with your passive. You get lifesteal as well, which is decent if you get a lifesteal source down the line, and it's just really strong. I think right now all we need from KOXO is perhaps the Ag Shard. That Seeker is highly underrated, as I believe Ice has mentioned. Of course, they are taking the top tier 2 now, just clearing out all the outer towers. Team Mystery, this is not the area they want to force the fight. They need to force it on the high ground. It's a bit of an awkward position.
They know he's there, I think. Mizu knows. They're gonna go in. Epicenter around. They've got the Luna, but the Aegis not available anymore. Maybe they burst it down. They do. Mizu is gonna drop. There's your soul bind out now. But do you want to fight without your Luna? Probably not. Oh, Reaper side down. Mercury. He's gonna get bursted down onto Ghost. He will have to blink away. But Xiao Yu will go back in on the axe. But is it gonna be enough? QWE. He's in. They'll burst down the Grimstroke. Can they keep going though? Aether Remnant gonna lock down Xiao Yu. QWE gonna try and come back in, but look at the damage output from Alacrity. They lock him down with the core, but it's just not enough. Ghost might need to back off now as the snowball's out from Paulison. Right back into Wayne. The Treant is gonna try and run. There's no way out.
Double kill!
And that's the best team fight we've seen. From Mystery, they managed to burst down Mizu before he pops the BKB. They got a lot of golden XP out of that, but even then it was still a 2-for-3 trade, and QWE, he bought back, but it led to nothing.
Yeah, I think if you're GXR, you don't mind that at all. Like, you might have lost your Luna without Aegis. Sure, it's a pretty big kill for Team Mystery. It's not enough to really swing the net for it away, and you still managed to find some punishment. Team Mystery, they force a fight outside their high ground, so they do stall out an eventual push, which is great. The next Roach is still a minute off, so GXR is going to have to wait a little bit longer until they see the objective play, see the timer for them to line up there. But Mizu already has Butterfly, saving up for what I'm just going to assume is the Satanic next. Then you're pretty much set on Luna to just never die, as long as you get your BKB off. Double damage comes out as well, bottled up for Mizu. No Roche again, so they can't just instantly Roche, but they could high ground here. There's no epicenter for, well, not too long. It is going to be back up. There is some defense coming out from Team Mystery if the high ground's forced. They really need to find those angles like we saw last time. If they get a good initiation out from Mercury and from Xiao Yu, burst down Luna before anything else, you kind of open up your chances there in that defense.
Great. In that same spot. Now, last time around, I thought Mizu knew about this. So he was facing that way, and it looks like he was really considering throwing out maybe a Lucent Beam in and seeing what happens. Last time he forgot all about it. Mystery might try to abuse it again. But now, though, GXR, they are going to back off and smoke up instead. Mind you, you have a double damage on Mizu, so the damage output is going to hurt quite a bit. And they are going straight after Ghost. They want the AM. He's not going to be the easiest target to catch out. In fact, he's going to hide in the tree line now, and he should be just fine.
For me.
Unless Alacrity breaks his smoke. Which way do you go, sir? Ghost is going to be spotted now. Aether Remnant not going to land, but they have the Walrus Punch there. Into the silences. The Manta may not be enough. Ghost is trying to run, but yeah, they get him.
Oh boy. This is
what I was talking about, John.
This is really awkward for Ghost Mike. He bought out his 2 ultimate orbs. He doesn't have buyback.
Oh, that's pretty bad. QWE has been caught. Aether Remnant to lock him down. He's gone. Xiao Yu. Oh, not going to do too much here with the core. Mercury is in with the epicenter, but the snowball going to save the day again. Paulison is just way too on target when it comes to playing Tusk. And that'll be another 3 down, no buybacks available. I believe you may as well call it at this point.
Yeah, look at him easy. He doesn't care. He's just going for tier 4s. Wants this game done and over. And Mystery, no buybacks. I don't see a strong defense coming out from the Axe, and they call the GG.
Very hard game here for Team Mystery. I appreciate they try to make the AM work, but I think there was just too many risks here with the draft of Mystery as well, right? Like, you had this question mark in the mid lane with the mid sanking, and we've seen it a couple times from teams like Neon Esports.